All right, I'd like to call this special meeting, February 1st, 2023, to order. I'd also like to thank our live simultaneous Spanish interpreters for joining us today. We live stream meetings, and you can find that link on the district's website. Is there a motion to approve today's meeting agenda?
I move to approve the agenda for the special meeting of February 1st, 2023, as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any objections? All right, it has been moved and seconded to approve the agenda for the special meeting of February 1st, 2023 as presented. Roll call, please, Ms. Lang.
Ms. Miller? Ms. Parker?
Yes.
Ms. Reed?
Yes.
Ms. Schooley?
Yes.
Dr. Varda?
All right, the agenda is approved. So our first item today will be presented by Dr. Kim LeBlanc Esparza and Renee Nicothodis. Hi. And the purpose is for the Board of Education to discuss the monitoring report on Board End 1.1, including mid-year data. The board will vote on accepting the monitoring report at the regular board meeting that's scheduled next week for February 9th, 2023. Is there anything you'd like to add before we turn it over?
President Schooley, if I can, I think Ms. Lang is telling me we did we not get a roll call?
Oh, yeah. No.
Okay. That sounds. Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to do a roll call.
Roll call, please, Ms. Lang.
Ms. Miller? Ms. Parker? Ms. Reed?
Here.
Ms. Schooley? Dr. Varda?
Go ahead and say it. Here.
Here.
Great. Here. All right.
Here.
Here, and you called my name, and we were confused.
Let the record show that we have a quorum of board members here to begin the meeting. All right, I'll turn it over to you, Superintendent Dorland.
Thank you, President Schooley. I'm very much looking forward to the board having a conversation about the monitoring report, which includes our mid-year data. It's so important for us, I think, as we've talked many times before, to ensure that we are progress monitoring how we're doing and how our students are doing academically all throughout the year. And so this is the mid-year opportunity for the board to engage in that discussion and learn more from our academic leaders. And so thank you to Dr. Kim and Renee Nicothodis and all the work that they both put into this report alongside, I'm sure, Carol Eaton's team and many others in the academic departments in Jeffco. The other thing I want to say is that one of the things I am proud about in terms of this report is that it is an honest assessment and very transparent about our progress. It doesn't just show you where we're doing really well. It also shows the board and our community where we have some real challenges. And Jeffco, not unlike most districts or maybe all districts across the nation, are dealing with challenges post-pandemic because our students have had interrupted learning experiences over the last couple of years. And so I'm grateful to Dr. Kim and the team for creating a report that I think is honest, that is aligned to my value as a leader around transparency, and that embraces what we like to talk about as both the truth and the hope for our students and our district. And so with that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Kim and let her begin with the presentation and the board's discussion.
Thank you, Superintendent Dorland. Thank you, President Schooley. I appreciate the opportunity to share Monitoring Report 1.1. And as Superintendent Dorland said, I want to start by thanking Dr. Carol Eaton and her team because they absolutely spend an inordinate amount of time making sure that we not only have data, but we have data in ways that we can really look at and have conversation. I also want to thank our communications team for putting it together and really making it something that is well organized so that we can have these discussions. This is the third monitoring report that we get to bring you this year, and toward end 1.1. And to be really honest with you, I struggled a little bit, debated with myself a bit over how much data to put in this report. It could have very easily been 3 times the size that it was. And I will look for an opportunity this evening to ask you all for feedback on, is this the altitude you want? Do you want us to go more in depth when we look at disaggregated data? Do we want to disaggregate district level data, grade level data? I mean, we have the availability to go granular in a great many ways with our data. And so I appreciate not only Director Miller and Director Reed's reach out to say, hey, I'd like to know about this data, and that helps me a great deal so that A, we can follow up, and B, we can build that in to the next level of monitoring report, because 1.1 is one of the few that you'll get multiple times in the year. So that will be good. So what I'd also say is the fun part about putting this all together is pulling together all the data sources and then realizing we're doing this work so that we have it in real time. It's great to pull together monitoring report 1.1 and look at where our students are mid-year. It will be even better when we have the opportunity to build you all your own custom dashboard as board members, looking at your ends, looking at policy, looking at Jeffco Thrives, and being able to sit down with you and determine what needs to be in a dashboard that you can see in real time at any given moment that will help you know the information that you need to know to be the best board member you can be. And so that is something that I'm just giving you a sneak preview that Jill Ibeck and I will be coming to you next month with some demonstrations of the progress that the team has made on building dashboards and giving you a chance to see that. So I'm excited that, yes, we put it in a report, but what's coming is live opportunity to build data, which will take our data culture to a whole nother level. So in 1.1, we'll look at what the board end says, what our interpretation is as a cabinet team, context behind the data you'll see, certainly digging into the data, the compliance statement, and then how we've connected this to Jeffco Thrives. So Board Ends 1.1 says every student will demonstrate significant and appropriate academic growth using a body of evidence that includes classroom and standardized summative assessments. The academic leadership team and I interpret this to mean every student will demonstrate appropriate growth from year to year on annual state assessments, as well as between the beginning of the year and mid-year assessments and mid-year to the end of year assessments, and average growth being measured at the 50th percentile. Further, students in 9th grade will be on track to graduate by earning at least 6 credits toward graduation requirements. So we pulled data from CMAS, from Acadience, grades K through 3, from NWEA's Measure of Academic Progress, from PSAT and SAT data, and credits earned by our students in the first semester of 9th grade. So the context that I alluded to earlier is really starting with framing what we know about this data. And I want to start by saying, A, this is in no way, shape, or form to be an excuse to justify data. It is genuinely to provide a framing context for what has been our students' experience over the last 3 years. And ultimately, what's our data tell us about how they've performed this year? So as we look at March 2020, all in-person learning was suspended, as we all know, and 2020, 2021, it's a tongue-tie teaser here, school year, our students resumed in-person learning. Now, within that context, we have to look at our students' performance and our students' growth. And as we look at all of that, we also have to take into consideration our attendance. And as I put in the monitoring report, we had over 30,000 students that missed at least 10% of the school year last year as a part of their school experience, whether that was quarantining, whether that was illness, whether that was whatever that was, there was certainly an impact on attendance by over 30,000 of our students. You look puzzled.
No, I'm just shocked. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Our students experienced 2 years of significant impact of remote learning and online learning. And as we look forward, this year has been the first sort of normal school year for them out of the last 4. Again, not an excuse, but certainly framing for looking at what our students have experienced over the last 4 years. In that, the professional development that we have offered our educators throughout our system has been focused on online learning or remote learning. It has focused on making sure that they can address the needs of students in the context of the way learning had to occur within those couple of years. What we do know is our teachers have not had math professional learning over the last 3 years. And just within the last year, have we been able to really provide context for things like OG, training for literacy. And so certainly that context is a part of all of our students' learning experience as well. I will point out that the review of academic functions about a year ago by Dr. Aquino pointed out to us that we had over 20 different curricula and or resource materials being utilized to teach math in our schools grades K through 12. And at many different situations and interviews that he had with folks, they pointed out that we weren't necessarily aligning to standards nor grade level expectations as a part of the last couple of years. So in all of that, as we look at it, again, it's not an excuse piece, but it does define what our students' experience has been. As I looked at our students who are currently in third grade, and I backwards map, I have to acknowledge that in kindergarten and first grade, those students learn to read online. So in that, when the team began to put together Jeffco Thrives, we looked at defining what does a culture of instructional excellence mean, and how do we provide an extraordinary student experience. And in defining that, we set goals and set expectations around ensuring all students are reading on grade level by the beginning of third grade, ensuring that every student is proficient in math at 5th and 8th grade, ensuring 9th grade students remain on track to graduate by the end of their freshman year with a minimum of 6 credits, and ensuring that all students graduate with the knowledge and skills they need for post-secondary life. And as we looked at that, we saw the alignment to your 1.1. So let's jump into the data. The first data source that we built into Monitoring Report 1.1 was Acadience data. And Acadience data comes for grades K through 3, looking at how students are developing their literacy skills. The Acadience is used at the beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year to monitor. It is also the tool that we utilize to determine what students need to be on a READ plan. We currently have 4,034 students on READ plans, with 1,707 students eligible for READ plans based on assessment data from this year. The bright spots in this data would indicate that there is a decrease in the number of kinder students who are below benchmark or well below benchmark, and there is a decrease in the number of first graders that were well below benchmark and below benchmark. We went from 39% to 29% of kindergartners, and from 39% to 34%. But as I noted what the experience of third graders has been over the last 3 years, you'll note that there has not been that same level of movement in third grade data. And then as we move past the Acadience data and we dive into MAP data, as you know, we give the MAP test at the beginning of the year, middle of the year, and end of the year. And you'll see our acronyms that we use, BOI, MOI, and EOI, to indicate which assessments are at what times of the year. Here you'll see grades 1 through 5. I've broken this up by elementary, middle, and high. This is grades 1 through 5, growth percentiles for reading and for math. In looking at our growth data, as I ground in the context, CDE says average growth is between the 36th and the 60th percentile. I might argue 36 is a bit low because you're going to lose ground pretty significantly if you're performing at the 36th percentile, but that's for another day. We strive for at least the 50th percentile here in Jeffco, as that would be the average amount of growth. But as Director Miller has pointed out in numerous occasions when she's asked questions or had comments about our student achievement data, even scoring at the 50th percentile is not enough growth to guarantee a student is going to stay proficient, because they are in context compared to all of the other students that take the assessment at the same time they do. So if everyone is performing at a lower level, that 50th percentile, more often than not, the growth, that median growth, amount of growth isn't enough. When you look at the amount of points needed to go from proficient in, say, 3rd grade to 4th grade or 4th grade to 5th grade, oftentimes is a bigger number than that median growth. And so therefore our students can actually lose ground and even be at the 50th percentile. So we have to recognize that in the data. As we look at the data, I've described it somewhat as, frankly, anemic. As we look at the 44th percentile, the 41st percentile, grades 2, 3, and 4 have growth data at the 50th percentile or higher. But as you can see, there's some significant work to be done when we look at our math data here. In the review of academic functions last year, I'll remind you, Dr. Aquino pointed out, we need high quality, standards and research-based curriculum to support our teachers. We need quality professional development, and we need effective tutoring and intervention to address our students' learning needs. We've begun all of those things in our district. We have new math curricula in a pilot in 26 of our schools, mostly secondary schools, as our elementary has been managing new curriculum adoption and literacy. The plan is for an additional 50 to 60 schools next year and the remainder the following year. We have and we continue to invest in professional development, beginning with OG, or Orton Gillingham training, this past summer. How many teachers did we have participate in that, Renee?
It varies, but we had 150 take advantage of vouchers that we offered for OG training. So we did have the opportunity to train 150 teachers just through that. But there's also been additional training that's occurred through the use of HDT funding. So we are reaching an at scale, what I would say tipping point, in most of our teachers having this training. And it is really excellent training for early literacy.
The only math training at this point has been training that's aligned to the new curricula. And obviously we've got to build a broader base of math training as we look at our data. We've got to really address instructional learning needs. We've got to address instructional practice to make sure that our educators have all the skills that they need to really implement a quality curriculum in math and to use data to drive instruction and to look at the needs of our students with regard to intervention, with regard to high dosage tutoring as well. What we also have done is really look at utilizing the lion's share of our ESSER dollars in ESSER 3 to implement high dosage tutoring, which has taken far longer than we had hoped it would, but certainly at the start of the spring semester, our schools have begun implementing high dosage tutoring. We know we've got to really look at providing supports for intervention, effective intervention, and we've got to provide professional development as we look to implement new curriculum in our district. As we look at our middle school data around MAP reading and math, you can also see, again, still in the yellow, our MAP data in math continues to be below the 50th percentile. The bright spot in our data, I'll point out, was our high school data. And I say that because we don't often get to highlight high school as having the highest level of growth in our district. By the time our students reach high school, many of them are not growing this much, and so it's great to see that we had the 53rd percentile, the 56th percentile, the 50th percentile, and the 52nd percentile there. Again, pointing out where the 50th percentile is, but recognizing that this was better growth than we had in other grade levels. Now, the next data set, this is new in terms of a new visual that our board is seeing, and I want to point out how you read this. This is looking at our fall to winter progress on our data, on our MAP data. And so if I'll have you look with me at the average line. And if you'll find the 329 and the 38% there, it's in black, the third cell down under average. Are you with me so far? So the way you read this table is that we had 329 students in the fall score at the average range on their MAP assessment in reading, third grade. You with me so far? From there, if I go to the right, the winter assessment, 192 of those 329 students now scored at low average. 31 of them scored low. If I go to the left, 257 of those 329 kids moved up to high average, and 67 of those students moved up to high. You with me? So if I look at the students who performed high to begin with, 1,076 of those students, you look and see 329 drop down to 322 drop down to high average, and you can follow the line. At the same time, when I look at the students who performed in the low category, the 733, 176 of them moved to low average, 62 of them moved to average, 10 of them moved to high average, and none of them made it up to high yet. So that's third grade reading. Here's 5th grade math, and the reason I'm showing you these are correlated, connected to our Jeffco Thrives metrics that we were looking for all students to read on grade level by 3rd grade. 5th grade math, and you can see the movement there. 8th grade math. And then 9th and 10th grade math. So beyond looking at that, one of the things that I know Dr. Eaton has pointed out in past is that MAP's score bands are different than CMAS's score bands. So we have the high and high average and low average and low. And so the question was always asked of NWEA, how does that connect to how our students would perform on CMAS? And so where I've also included a slide, or 2 slides actually, is looking at our MAP projected proficiency summary report. I built that into the slides because this is data that our team looks at with our schools as well, looking at what students are on track to be proficient on CMAS. And so you can see this is math. When we look at our projected at the bottom, the bottom graph, the bottom table shows you Colorado Measure of Academic Success, or CMAS, connection to how our students performed on MAP. The top shows ACT college readiness in terms of a connection, predictability. So you can see when we look at grades 2 through 8 there, and we look at who is approaching expectations, who met expectations, who exceeded expectations, you can see 2.4% of our students exceeded expectations, 24.4% met expectations, 32.7% are approaching expectations when we look at how we expect them to perform on CMAS. Make sense? And then as you look at our language arts, we have the same type of data at the bottom, looking at our students in grades 2 through 8 and the expectation of how will they perform on CMAS comparative to how they performed on MAP. And you'll see that the expectation is 39.4% will meet expectations and 8.3% will exceed expectations. So beyond looking at our MAP data from fall to winter for this year, it caused us also to ask the question, so how does that compare to previous years? Is it similar? Is it lower? Is it higher? And so while the last couple of years it's difficult to say what was normal because we have had the COVID impact, at the same time, if you go back to 18-19 as the last, quote, normal year for our students and look at the data, one would still argue that our growth data this year from fall to winter is still a little bit below that. So beyond fall to, beyond the fall to winter, and the MAP reading is on the left, the MAP math is on the right, you'll notice the last normal year there was 1920, and you can see the data on how our students grew. Then you can see 2021 being very, very light. And part of the reason why it's so light is because that was such a non-typical year for our students that Dr. Eaton's team pointed out it's really hard to use that in any comparative way to other years. Then we look at our 21-22 data because we did have fall to winter data that we could look at, and then this current year. And you can see the differences in what our growth data looked like. I will also point out that the asterisks, I can't say that word, that you see in 9th and 10th grade are because the only students that take MAP in 9th and 10th grade are students that are enrolled in Algebra 1. So our students that are enrolled in higher level math classes do not take MAP. Oh, let me go back. So beyond looking at fall to winter, we also look back at the data that we provided you last year, which was fall to spring. Last school year in June, we brought you the data at the end of the year to say, here's how our students did from fall to spring in terms of their growth data. And again, we compared it against 18-19, we compared it against 2021 to 2021, and then looking at 21-22. We don't have that data obviously yet for the 22-23 school year, but this is setting the stage for what you will see in the monitoring report that you'll get in the spring, in late spring, early summer, to look at how are we doing this year compared to these data as well. And then finally, as we look at evidence-based reading and writing, PSAT and SAT, here's how our students did in 9th grade, 10th grade, and 11th grade. Looking at math, PSAT, 9th and 10th grade, SAT, 11th grade. And then finally, I'll ground us back to a new data source, which is as we look at University of Chicago and a great many of their research studies and looking at school districts across the country, they've published a number of reports that they will assert that students who earn 5 or more credits in 9th grade and earn 1 or less Fs, semester Fs, are 2.5 times more likely to graduate in 4 years on time. So looking at that, part of the reason why we set a threshold in 9th grade as a part of Jeffco Thrives at 3 credits at mid-year, 6 credits by the end of the year, is to ensure that our students were going to graduate on time. As we look at the data from the fall semester, we have 67% of our current 9th grade students have earned at least 3 credits thus far this year. And the breakdown below indicates 87.7% of our students earned elective credits. 88.2% of our students who took English earned English credits. 84.3% of our students who took math earned math credit, etc. So you can see where our kids earned the credits that they earned in 9th grade thus far. And in your report, in the narrative report, I also provided new data around how many students had earned a course failure in the first semester. And we thought that was relevant to look, given the University of Chicago studies and their research behind that, as well as we provided multiple years of data so that we could see what the trends were looking like in our district, so that we had some context to say, is this year more, less, the same as other years, and how have we been performing? So what I would offer as a compliance statement is to say we are on track with regard to investing in quality research and standards-based curricula for language arts to support our students and our staff in meeting expected growth and achievement in language arts. We have begun to provide quality research-based, standards-based math curricula with year 1 rollout in 26 of our schools. Each of the next 2 years will involve approximately 50 additional schools, so that by the end of the 24-25 school year, all schools will have a district-supported curricular resource in language arts and math. And school leaders and instructional coaches are participating in required professional learning for both literacy and math throughout 2023. Where we really have to do some heavy lifting and some work around meeting all of 1.1 ends, our calendar and our schedule needs to be developed with adequate time for our teachers to collaborate, examine data, and plan for instruction. We know that our teachers need more time in order to implement new curricula and implement it well. All new curriculum adoptions have to include quality professional learning for teachers during that critical first years of implementation, and the professional learning can't be optional. We have to ensure that all educators can effectively provide quality instruction in classrooms aligned to standards delivered through quality curriculum and resources. And our district staff has to support that implementation using effective instructional practices and the use of data to guide decision making. Our district has to continue to support and utilize high-dosage tutoring and effective intervention strategies and programming for both literacy and math through the 23-24 school year, utilizing ESSER funding. And we have to reset understandings around the importance of early intervention, identifying Jeffco-approved resources for use in literacy and math intervention, and define and monitor best practices for effective instruction. Questions?
Thank you very much. All right, board members, there's lots to sink into here. Is there anyone that would like to start us? Do we still have Mary, Director Parker on the? There you are. Hi. Director Parker, would you like to start us off just because it may be easier with the virtual and in person?
All right, thanks.
Sure.
I am not as experienced in analyzing this kind of data as some of the other board members. So one question I have is for the MAP testing that's measuring growth, what kinds of things does it assume? In other words, if you're doing math, does it assume at the beginning of the year you know how to do addition, and then the winter you'll add subtraction, and then in the spring you now can do multiplication? And I ask that because what if the curricula that's being used for those students doesn't match what the MAP test is assuming? Can you answer that?
We definitely do have a content map for MAP. We have a content map for the measure of academic progress, and it is a what do we call it? A running scale in terms of a student can perform above exceeding expectations. A student can perform meeting expectations, and if you go back to the data that I gave you around low average, average, high, and high average, the student is performing based on expectations for that particular grade level. And we do have content maps that tell our teachers what are our students expected to know and be able to do, and there is alignment to the Colorado standards. So it's not a surprise in terms of looking at what our students are expected to know and be able to do when they're performing on a MAP assessment.
So then, am I understanding, do they take the exact same test in the fall that they take in the winter and the spring?
While it is the same assessment, it's not the same problems. There's always a bank of problems that test each and every standard, each and every, what students are expected to know and be able to do. So it's not like they're going to get number 3 is going to be the same number 3 in the fall and the winter and the spring. So there's a different bank of questions that get asked as a part of an assessment, but it is the same overall big assessment. It's just different questions that ask and get at the same information, the same knowledge and competency.
Okay, and just to refine it
please,
too, would I be correct in assuming that whatever was on a first grade test, somebody in 5th grade should know it all and really, really score high because those were basics that they should have had years ago and retested. I'm not saying this correctly, but I've heard from some teachers, and it was more aligned with the CMAS testing, but that they sometimes have their own curriculum in a certain order, and they have to decide, well, am I going to bring this in now because I know the kids are going to be tested on it next week, even though it's not really in the progression that I would normally do if I was just sticking straight to the curricula I have.
I think Director Reed has some additional information too that may be helpful.
I was just going to add, Director Parker, the way that the MAP test works is that you start off at a fairly basic level, and students do basically as much as they can do. So it's keeping track of what that child can do. When they start to reach the point where they clearly don't know what they're doing anymore, the test kind of wraps up for them. So that's why it's not the exact same test each time, and it's measuring growth. So the idea is that from one testing to the next testing, the student should be able to get further into the test. So it's a little different that way.
It's adaptive in nature.
All right, thank you.
I do want to emphasize and maybe have Ms. Nicothodes talk a little bit about this alignment question that Director Parker's bringing up, because to be completely transparent, I do believe we have classrooms that don't have the high quality standards aligned resources that they need for students to perform and or at least be exposed to and learn the content prior to taking the assessment. And that is part of what, as Dr. Kim mentioned, Dr. Aquino had shared with us in November of 2021, that we have, Ms. Nicothodes can share more about this, we have many, many different resources being used across our school sites We have allowed schools to just pick and choose. And again, I believe in the just right balance of school-based autonomy and district coherence. That balance in the area of curriculum, alignment to standards, and the assessments that we're using to track and monitor whether or not kids are on track is a work in progress right now. It's not where it needs to be. But it is, to Dr. Kim's point earlier, a big part of the work we're doing. And then the only other thing I will emphasize is we have done a lot of professional development in Jeffco. And a lot of it, I would say the majority of it, has been optional. We need to require certain things that ensure alignment to standards, curriculum, and therefore assessments that measure student progress. And so those are conversations that we are also having, which will be a shift for our district because many, many, many things have been optional. And I do think having Ms. Nicothodes talk a little bit more about what her team does around that curriculum alignment to standards and assessments is really important for the board to know.
Well, I think you're speaking to a guaranteed viable curriculum with vertical alignment. I think that's one of the things that a resource does provide for us is that it allows us to have a well-articulated scope and sequence across grade levels so that you really know that in first grade, they should be getting this content to a certain degree of mastery. And then by second grade, they can kind of count on that they've had exposure to that content, so they'll be successful with more advanced content. So I think that's the beauty that a resource does provide because you have that alignment. That's been well thought out by researchers that developed it. We also have our proficiency scales that have the standards and the expectations around those standards for mastery. And so it is, I keep thinking of the word symphony, where a teacher has to take their curriculum resource. Here's my standard. This is what they need to know and be able to do. Here's my resource. How is it going to get them there? And really figure out how do I bring these things together to move students along the articulated scope and sequence of learning. But it takes time, it takes resources, it takes consistent expectations across a system, and that is change management that we kind of talked about a little bit before, is reorienting everyone to, you can't do this here, and then somebody's doing something very different in the next grade level or at the next level of schooling. So we've got to get our system aligned so that students can be more successful. I hope that answers the question a little bit more.
Director Parker, did you have any additional questions?
No, that's it for now. Thanks.
Okay, I'll circle back just to make sure we don't leave you out of the conversation. Other board members, questions, comments? Dr. Miller?
Thank you for the work and for all of the information that you have provided. It is meaty, depth and breadth, and I know we could probably spend hours on this and geek out on it, but I won't do that too much this evening. I want to go back to the very beginning where we talk about appropriate. And as you mentioned, Dr. Kim, the 50th percentile is not necessarily appropriate because you've explained it, so I don't need to go through it. But when I'm looking at the MAP data for the winter, the ones that we are presenting here, and compare it to what was in 2019-20, and I think Superintendent Dorland, you talked about it 2 years ago when you did your leadership, that was a trend we saw declining at that time, and now we are where we are now. I know that NWEA has given the national report that has said that if our kiddos in 8th grade, where they are, it's going to take them 5 years or more to catch up. And so that means that they're outside of our schools by then. So I know we don't necessarily have a number of appropriate, but going back to the last page, which said accelerate, how do we accelerate the learning to get our kiddos as fast as we can? We may not be able to catch them all the way up, but what is an appropriate goal for us to be thinking about for our 8th graders to catch up by the time they leave? Or how will we measure our success, I guess is the question. And I don't know if we have that answer this evening, but it is something I think we need to be thinking about with the tutoring, with the access to great materials, and how we accelerate their learning to recover as much as we possibly can.
So I remember our conversation when we began to implement Jeffco Thrives, and we really talked with Dr. Eaton about what is that appropriate number? What can we expect in terms of growth? And I know there was a discussion back and forth. Is it 2%? Is it 3%? Is it 5%? It's yes and. I mean, it's, certainly we need to see growth in the number of students who are meeting or exceeding expectations, but we've got to get there by having robust growth. And that means we've got to exceed the 50th percentile for sure. Now, getting that exact number from her as far as what will get us there, we can have that conversation and certainly follow up with that. Because certainly that's her expertise and wheelhouse to say what's reasonable for us to get there. What I will tell you is reasonable is for us to implement high dosage tutoring, for us to implement assessments and intervention. We've talked about strategic staffing around providing more support in literacy and math to not only implement the curricula well, but implement it as an accelerated pace as possible. Looking at providing the supports around professional development so our teachers feel like they can start to use it really effectively as quickly and as efficiently as possible. All those pieces have to happen. And as you and I talked about, we need to utilize those one-time resources to make sure that we can leverage those to make that happen. We just have to. We have to take advantage of the moment and make sure that happens for those kids.
I would just add is just being able to be agile and responsive very quickly in the moment. And I give you a specific example around that is that as we looked at the first grade mid-year data at 44th percentile and recognizing that that's not okay. What is the root cause? What do we believe the root cause to be in our schools right now to see that decline? What we see is a decline in first grade and what a critical year that is. And so we came together and started talking about the literacy resource implementation and what's happening based on folks that are in schools is that teachers are trying to use this with fidelity, follow the resource. But at the same time, while you're learning to do this new piece with the resource, you're losing track of what do the students in front of me need? How am I also using my student assessment data to say, okay, my resource is saying I should be teaching this, but as I look at my assessment and diagnostic data, my students know that. But many of our teachers trying to learn this resource and do what they believe is the right thing to do by following it are neglecting that aspect and then customizing that resource to say, wait, they've got it, so I'm going to skip to that next unit, that next level. And that's part of that implementation piece is really learning where the pacing of the resource and how you might need to change that. And so we're changing the work of our TOSAs and some of our literacy interventionists to start leaning into planning meetings with our teachers and looking at data and saying, yes, your resource may be saying this, but what your assessment is saying is they need this, and start guiding some of that work in those conversations and giving teachers permission to adapt. And so I think that's an example of how we start to respond to our data to get better results in the moment, hopefully.
And so following up on that, we have some schools that started the pilot program 2 years ago, I believe, with the into reading, and then we have another wave that came through last year. So are we
This
year. Are we seeing differences in terms of where those assessments have shown that teachers that are, as you said, assimilating what they think they know versus what they're seeing in the data for their children? I'm learning, therefore I'm doing better. Are we seeing differences in the schools?
I haven't seen huge spikes in growth for our year one schools, but I do see them maintaining. Again, maintaining is not what we want to see. We want to see exponential growth to close gaps. What I will tell you is we did not see an implementation dip last year in our schools, but we only had 24 schools using the resource with 3 of our teachers on special assignment supporting those schools. This year we have 50 more, and that's certainly a capacity issue within our team to really be able to be up close and personal and in schools frequently. That's lessened, and so the support looks a little bit different for schools this year coming on board.
I'll add to that. You're asking the same questions that Director Reed asked earlier today. And so I've engaged with Dr. Eaton and Dr. McGillivary and asked them to help us at least start to monitor that data and be able to provide that as a part of not only the monitoring report, but certainly Friday updates so that you can take a look. I know Renee's been monitoring it, but we can provide you all with the same data. And we've asked her to kind of help us frame it in a way that makes sense, that's logical, and also reasonable in how you use the data so that we can look at that. So she's on it. She said, I think I can have it for next Friday's update. So it's coming.
That would be great, because I think when we talked about it, when we first talked about implementing this last year, we knew that there was a cycle of 3 years. I think that's what you even said, Director Reed, that it takes a 3-year time frame. So we'll have at least a number of schools that have gone through it for 24 months. And then we'll have the following year starting. So we'll have something that shows us if we are being successful with that implementation, or how we, as you said, how we have to tweak it, how we have to adjust it to be successful. So
Quite honestly, I was disappointed to not see more improved student outcomes in our year one schools, but I still have faith that by continuing to support them, we'll get there.
yeah, I'm hopeful as well. The other question I had is when we are looking, my computer went off. When we are looking at the projected proficiencies, we have SAT data for our 9th and 10th graders, but the projected proficiency is an ACT. So I think we can do SAT as well, can we not? So that we could compare apples to apples.
And I can add that to the next one if you want me to.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that would be helpful, just so
Happy
that
to.
when we're looking at how our kiddos are doing, we can see how that projected proficiencies are looking in alignment.
I believe we have it, so I can include it in the Friday update, and then I will make sure that I write myself a note to include it in the next 1.1 as well.
Okay, because I think our parents would be interested in that as well. And then one last question, done for this round. When I was looking at just the percentage of kiddos who didn't take the assessments across our different grade levels, it's everywhere from 10 to 15% between first grade and 8th grade. And so are the number one, do we know who's not taking the assessment? And is that impacting the results in any way that we should be cognizant of, to be thinking how we either one, use different interventions, or two, try to figure out how those children are, because that's a pretty big number across, and that ties back to last year's and the previous year's population of students that took those assessments that can kind of skew how we're looking at these numbers as well. So, and that you may not have an answer for that, and I don't know exactly if that's a question, but it is something I think we should be thinking about, which students did not take it. Because if our most at-risk families did not take those assessments, then to me, our numbers may be inflated.
I remember you asking that question, I think in June, when we looked at the fall to spring.
Right.
And I remember asking Dr. Eaton to provide that update or that explanation to you as a part of an update. So I'll go back and look at it, because my memory would not be good to come back and say, I remember she said, but I can't ask her again, and I'll go back and look at what we provided so I can make sure the same applies to this particular data set and this assessment.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Other questions? Yep, Director Reed.
Okay, so thank you for the follow-up on the schools that have implemented the new curriculum, because I was also interested in, so I'll be looking forward to seeing that. I'm going to parallel this with something that we're going to see later and jump ahead a little bit, which is that we have teachers who have expressed concerns about the quality of their professional development and their PLC time. And so as we talk about the need to make sure that we're giving them really high quality professional development, what we're getting back from our teachers is that they don't feel like they're currently getting that. So that seems like, sort of another area for focus. And I am really interested in getting teacher feedback on the specifics of the professional development that they're getting, so that they can give feedback perhaps on individual sessions and overall, do they feel like they're getting the scope and sequence? Do they feel like they're getting how all of this aligns? I know we are looking at new surveys to send out to families and folks like that. What is that, Panorama? So I am interested in how we are going to gather data on teacher feedback. In the past, I know it has felt very much like the district will give teachers the chance to provide sort of, I used to call it the cold stone evaluation. Do you like it, love it, or gotta have it? There is no, this wasn't particularly useful to me. And I think that's really, we can't shield ourselves from what teachers don't feel like they're getting. So that's just kind of some feedback that I'm concerned about. It seems to me that there's some discrepancy between test scores and growth scores, especially in MAP, and that and what we see in credits for ninth graders, because it looks like they're on track to graduate on time, but their skill levels that we're seeing don't necessarily reflect that. And I've said this before, so I'm going to say it again. I'm very concerned that we don't get into a position where we say, we're going to meet this goal by just making sure they pass the class, regardless of their skill levels. And I think any teacher can tell you that they've seen times where they've been pressured to give a passing grade to a student who does not have the skills. So I am concerned about that discrepancy. I'm also concerned about what I see looking like backwards progress for a significant number of students. When you look at slides 12 through 15, it seems like it's not unusual for as much as a quarter of students to go backwards. So I'm wondering, and the same thing happens when you look at slides 20 and 21, when you look at how they're doing on the PSAT and then how they do on the SAT. So I'm wondering if you guys have also made that observation and what you're thinking about it.
So as far as the why, that one's one to dig into, certainly for our team to figure out what data do we have that would indicate to us anything that we could rely upon to say, do we know why that's happening? What I'm doing about that is looking through the lens of the data culture. So for me, I want to take slides like 12 through 15 and be able to click on that cell and pull up the names of who are those students? Where do they go to school? What do they have in common? What do we know about them so that we can direct our energies right to what they need? And we haven't had that capability as a district up to this point, and that is what we're starting to see and what I'm excited about in terms of our new dashboarding system and education analytics and their work with us is creating the ability for us to ask the right questions and actually get to the right data. Because to me, otherwise, we're fishing in a very big barrel, and that doesn't make sense. What makes sense is the ability to say, who are those 73 kids? And where do they go to school? And what do we know about them? What has their past performance been? Do we see any indication of thread that they have in common? Is there something about the resources that we've used? Is there something about their schedule? Is there something about, frankly, the flow of teachers that they've had? Are they in like totally different schools? Are they in the same school? I mean, there's a gazillion questions going back to Director Miller's comment about geeking out on the data. That's the ability to geek out on the data, but it's also the ability to address exactly what kids need by knowing who they are and what their experience has been. So it's coming, and I'm excited about that.
Can I go back to one of the observations that you made, and I'd actually like to turn it into a question around concern that in trying to meet the goal around graduation and how many credits students have, that affects the standard by which we're grading them or passing them through. Could you talk a little bit about what that messaging looks like in terms of the sort of culture of the district, but what's actually being done in terms of how we're ensuring that that is not the message that's received, given that that's one of our kind of primary things we're looking at for strategic planning?
I think it's one of the questions that we have to ask. To be completely honest, having been here just under or just right at a year's worth of time post-pandemic, I can't answer that for you. I don't know what the culture has been. I think, Director Reed, you started to sort of allude to it from your experience of having been a teacher. I do think that we have the ability to dig into that, and certainly I have colleagues that have been here that might weigh in differently because they have been here. But I would say asking those questions and figuring that out, talking to building level leaders, talking to teachers, I'm happy to at least begin to engage in building a body of evidence that says, here's what people are telling us. But I also wonder, can we create a check and balance system as we look at credits and as we look at grades and as we look at test scores? I know that utilizing data dashboarding systems that I've used before, we can create visual graphics that allow us to look at the comparative analysis of those things and sort of how do they triangulate and who fits outside the triangle. Who is like the outlier in that they're either making great grades and they can't pass assessments, or vice versa. They play school really well, but they can't, and so we will have the ability with a data culture to ask those questions, but we can, from a qualitative lens at this point, we can certainly dig into that. And I'll defer to Renee because I know she's been here and maybe she has a an insight that I don't have.
And just to clarify, I'm not actually interested in going back in time and asking what it has been, because I think that's a whole nother story. But where I'm interested in focusing time is really around how do we make sure it doesn't happen moving forward, and something that's kind of concrete. So in looking at that capability of a data dashboard, or in the work that you're doing professional learning, I think it's really just the call to ensure that as we move forward, whatever it's been in the past, that is the message, the practice, all of those things, the leadership that's coming forward. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
But it's interesting, and we do pull this data frequently, and we look at this data as far as the number of Fs that students have received, or passing grades that they've received, and looking at them and how those students are doing on assessments. And if a student is not doing well on an assessment, that we're receiving an A in that math class, that's an issue, right? So where's the disconnect? And so, I mean, sometimes it's an individual conversation that you have to kind of figure out where that lives, but it's also part of our conversation around grading practices, and how do we get calibrated around some of that? And that's not an uncomplicated subject to try to tackle, but certainly one we'll be engaging in.
Well, and just a little bit more on that, it's also going to be interesting to see how much that is affected by students caring about how they do on that test. And if they sort of get why are you bombing this test when you're doing well in class? That sometimes even sitting kids down and having them look at that and say, people notice that you're not working on that test, can get them to really do their best. And then I think we get better data.
Joyce.
On this one a little bit if I could. A couple things I want to point out. One, we still work off of a grading system, A, B, C, D, and F, right? A D is a passing grade. A D does not necessarily mean that a kid is at grade level and on standard. And so MAP is measuring whether or not a student is at grade level and on standard. And so when we're looking at the way we grade in schools, that's probably part of the conversation we need to have. Because I don't want us to get into the habit of saying, well, you're not proficient in MAP, so you should be failing your class. Because that's not necessarily a one-to-one comparison always. Additionally, I do think it's important to acknowledge that I think at one time there were conversations where there was pressure to pass students through to get credit. I think we've come a long way since that through the MTSS model, and we spend a lot of time with our teachers looking at students that are performing below grade level, students that have Fs, and what we're doing to provide intervention for those students versus pressuring a teacher to pass them through. So we are looking at in our high schools. We've moved to responsive scheduling in high schools where students are able to visit with their teachers during the day where they're not doing well in a class, and they can get support, additional support and help. We have more interventionists in our high schools now than we've ever had before. And I just think that it's, I just want to share that part of our messaging is more in the MTSS lens, and how are we capturing students when they're falling behind earlier. So when we set a goal around 9th grade, historically what we've done is looked at students in the middle of 11th grade or at the beginning of 12th grade, and we're worried about them not graduating, and it's often too late for us to catch them. And so we created goals around 9th grade, and I can tell you my team and the high school principal spent a lot of time in the last couple of weeks looking at which students didn't get 3 credits in the first semester, because those students now, we have an opportunity using an MTSS model and intervention practices and responsive scheduling to potentially catch them up before they're sophomores and increase their chances of graduating dramatically. And so I hope that conversation is happening either not at all or a lot less than it maybe was at a previous time, because it really is about capturing the students and getting out ahead of it, being more proactive and getting it earlier so that we can support them so they feel engaged in school and they feel like they're progressing appropriately. Because if they're not progressing appropriately, they start to disengage, and then we know what happens after that. And so, and as far as the test goes, I think that you're right. There are some students who maybe don't engage as much with MAP as they do in class, and that's possibly true. But I just wanted to acknowledge that the grading system that we use still today passes students when they're maybe not meeting a grade level standard per se, which that's a conversation I think we also need to have as we talk about alignment with Renee's team. But please know, like, the oversight on this part of the strategic plan for 9th graders is really important to us, and we're putting a lot of work into it.
Yeah, thank you,
So
Mr. Joyce.
can I add one more piece to that? So one of the aspects of data dashboarding is to create an early warning system. That is part of the scope of what we're trying to do, is to identify what are the factors that we need to know so that we can intervene early and provide students the supports and the structures that they need. And education analytics coming alongside us and doing some of that work I'm excited again, geeking out on this, but they want to take all of the different data sources that we know we have that contribute toward post-secondary workforce readiness and getting kids to graduate with the knowledge and skills they need, and saying, okay, so is it credits? Is it grades? Is it attendance? All those pieces, and then begin to look at 5-10 years worth of data in Jeffco and say, as we do a regressive analysis, what of those factors are the most predictive factors to student success, and what are we doing about those? And so being able to customize to our data, because we know what the national data trends are saying, but that may not, it may be, but it may not be true to Jeffco. We may have a different predictor that actually tells us more so than what some of the research is saying somewhere else. And so having the capability to create a system that we can look at all the different data sources we have that predict our student success at post-secondary workforce readiness gives us the capability to ask the right questions at the right time, to provide resources and provide intervention, and get to that level of success where we're not just playing the game and jumping hoops, but we're actually making sure that we're intervening in just right moments in time.
Thank you. Director Reed, did you have any other questions? Or great. Director Barta?
I would love to see those kinds of models. And a comment I had, I'd love to see it broken down by like articulation area or just areas again, because I think there are inequities across our district that will show up that way. And if we're going to be focused interventions, we might as well focus them in the areas where they're also heaviest needed. And I'd love those models to have other kinds of factors in there too, like just the kind of even social and economic experiences of kids, and how those kinds of things affect their outcomes on being able to take tests and things like that. But I had a question. Just my question was about the high dosage tutoring. So I'm just going to ask they're kind of 3 in 1. But you mentioned it was behind and it's hard to, later to implement than we wish. And I wondered why. Let me just go through all of them real quick. And then I wondered, I've talked with a lot of parents, and some of us and kids in middle school, we were talking about emails we're getting that's like, your kids are, you've got a D in something, and here's an opportunity for, I don't know if it's high dosage tutoring, to be honest. As a parent, I'm just seeing there's all these opportunities. Some schools require the kids to go. And one parent was saying if he doesn't go, he gets suspended. Like it was, and then in another school, it's like, this is an opportunity on Fridays and you can come. And I got one of those, and me talking to my student, she's like, my daughter, she's like, no way. There's no way I'm going on Friday afternoon that. So my last question is, like, how do we get parents to understand and be involved in this? Like, we can do all we can in the classroom, and then we offer these external opportunities, and if our parents don't understand and know what's going on, it could be the culture at home around that. So we're putting a lot both on the kids and the teachers inside that school day, offering these other things. And then I don't know, as a parent, I don't know if it's that I would need more education on that, or just a whole way of thinking, or tips on how to get my teenager to go. You know what I mean? Like, it's a whole variety of things, but I just think there's a lot of opportunity in that, and I'm not sure that we know how to implement it well. So there's a lot of questions in ones.
So I'll go back to your first one, which was, why did it take so long? And honestly, I know we began talking about it, working on it all throughout the summer. And I think part of it was, with the utilization of ESSER, we had to go through and create an RFP, go through a process, have a team evaluate all the submissions, and then we had to create job descriptions, and we had to post those job descriptions, and then we had to talk to staff and figure out, do we have enough staff members that want to actually lean in and do this as an extra assignment? In some cases we did, and in some cases we didn't. So we really looked for a resource that would allow a school to still provide it without necessarily having to force our teachers into doing something that they don't have the bandwidth to do in some cases. Folks have full plates, and we get that. They have full-time jobs, and some folks wanted to do it. They absolutely wanted to lean into it, or they had a period during their day that they could do it. And in other cases, schools didn't have that. So we really tried to provide multiple ways that folks could access that. Once we got going, getting that connected to our data sources and our systems that we have in place as a district in order to connect what students are most appropriate candidates for high dosage tutoring and get them lined up with there was just a lot of infrastructure that had to be built, and it took a while for us to get there. And we ended up actually hiring folks to spend their time and energy working directly with schools, holding hands and trying to put that together so we could get it going. And it still took this long. Now that we have it, we know we can continue it, but it took a lot longer than any of us anticipated that it would take, frankly. That said, when you ask about the who and the why during the day, one of the things I'll tell you is, it's an equity issue if we put it after school. Some kids have activities. Some kids have to work. Some kids have, things that they have to do as a part of after school. Some families just simply can't make it work to come pick them up afterwards. So trying to embed it in the school day, one of the things we knew about the research from other school districts that had started ahead of us is that if you embed it in the school day, you see greater success with it. It's not that it won't work after school, but certainly you get more bang for your buck if you can do it during the school day. The hard part about that is carving out time during the school day that they don't miss something else. So our schools had to be really creative with that. It's a lot more complicated than it seemed, but one of the things that we saw was by not starting till January meant that we had resource that we had allocated to it in the fall. That one of the things we realized is we have other grade levels that our data is telling us we also need to include in the high dosage tutoring that we didn't include initially because we were really focused on certain key grade levels. And we've been able to expand to that. And we recognize that we're able to provide this resource going forward to more schools. We've also been able to add the MAP accelerator piece for schools who didn't have high dosage tutoring to begin with. So it's enabled us to create a wider net to serve more kids, to certainly reach out to more kids, and to be more creative in allowing schools to utilize those resources if they didn't have the benefit of people that could step up and do that within their school. That didn't prevent their kids from getting access to high dosage tutoring. Does that at least help?
All right, we are approaching the end of our time, but I just have a couple questions, and then if there are any additional questions or comments, it may be something that we can get follow-up on and or wrap into, since I know this is a presentation, one of those monitoring reports that comes back to us again. So the first one I will just say thank you. It was I was telling Superintendent Dorland earlier, I was reading through the monitoring report in my office earlier in the week and was really excited to have candor and clarity to be able to actually have conversations where we can do something and be proactive in some way around what our kids need and how we can best support that. And it means a lot. And I think it's going to be a game changer in terms of how this and future boards of education are able to help support that work. So I appreciate it. One of the things on the same thread of the high dosage tutoring that I'm wondering if it could be included as we move forward in the monitoring report for this is data from the high dosage tutoring. So if we could wrap that into future reports to see impact and see if that's a practice that beyond ESSER funding we would like to continue, that would be super helpful. And I had to number everything so I could go efficiently through my list. The other piece that I'm worried about our middle school students. I'm not sure in terms of I can't remember what it's called now, the priority areas, the improvement areas at the end of the report, the monitoring report. I would love to hear about sort of a targeted approach for our middle school students. They seem to be particularly impacted, and I'm sure some of this has to do with their ages between 2019 and now, and where they were in their learning for math and reading. So I'll drop that question in there, along with credit recovery options. So when we look at it was 67 point whatever percent, and as Mr. Weiss was talking about, opportunities to come in earlier and be able to kind of capture students when we're actually able to make a difference and help them. What we are doing, and if that makes the list in terms of how we're elevating and really pushing resources into credit recovery options. So those two things around middle and high school would be my questions for you.
To start with the credit recovery question, certainly summer programming is at the high school level focused around credit recovery because we recognize that's a piece that students need. And the academic leadership team has spent a considerable amount of time. Dave Kohler's team has spent a considerable amount of time. Tara's team has spent a considerable amount of time working with our IT department, looking at how do we provide credit recovery options in real time, and really talking about what would that look like. And certainly we're not there yet, but we're asking the questions. Do we have to wait until they fail, or can we do something in real time to help them to step in and provide that intervention or that opportunity to refocus and get caught up? And certainly there's lots of different ways that's being done innovatively in different places, and so learning from that. But I do know that Renee's team has certainly engaged in that conversation. So right alongside your thinking, folks are looking for ways to do that before students actually fail, of course, because we know what an impact that has. So there's that piece. The other question you asked about middle school students, certainly that has been a focus of our high dosage tutoring dollars and our high dosage tutoring support. We do recognize grades 5 through 8 is certainly a sweet spot where we've got to lean in to that and provide that support. We're providing, the MAP Accelerator is focused there. High dosage tutoring is focused there. We're looking at professional development and support. There's more that can be done there, and that's been part of our conversations as we look at budget, we look at staffing, we look at how we're looking at next year. Certainly that's part of the strategic conversations. Would you add to that?
No, I wouldn't. I was thinking specifically around summer school and the planning that we're doing to support those two groups of students specifically.
And I would love to be able to hear more. I mean, I think at an earlier point than we were able to hear about it last year around summer school or summer opportunities or opportunities for middle and high school students. I don't know if there would be interest in that from the board, but I think we talk about it publicly. Parents need to know about it earlier. And there were a variety of factors. I'm not trying to blame anyone. Variety of factors of what was happening last year around this time. But I think the earlier we can have that conversation, I would appreciate it. And it sounds like the board would too.
There's a committee that's been working on it since December. So we're earlier on in the process now, because we agree with you. Last year was like, we have to get this done. And it's amazing how early you have to start into that, but you do. You absolutely do. So we've got groups of people that have already begun doing that work, and it's going to take all spring to be ready for that. It just does.
Great. Did you have a follow-up, Dr. Miller?
I did have a real quick question just in that regard. And I know last year when you and I were at the Fletcher Miller graduation, we were talking about how many children had signed up for summer school for math in particular, and that we were disappointed with the number of kiddos. And what I'm wondering, kind of echoing Director Hicks' point would be, or Danielle's point would be, hey, how do we tell parents where their kids are? Like, how do we let them know your child is on a 5th grade math level and they're going into 9th grade? And I think that sense of urgency, I know it can kind of jumpstart you as a parent, realizing if my child is not on a 9th grade level when they're walking in, how are they going to access those CTE programs that we want them to access? They really wanted to do aeronautics. Well, you're not going to be able to do the aeronautics program because you're not able to do basic geometry. So I just don't know exactly how that team that's putting something together in the summer for the summer work, but being able to let parents know your child is on 3rd grade reading when they're walking into 6th grade. That's not okay for us. We would encourage that you really take this summer school opportunity to bring your child to as fast as you can. And then being able to say, we've done that work. And so a parent doesn't come back to us in 9th grade and say, well, you didn't tell me. Well, actually, we did multiple times. I think that's part of the outreach that we need to be doing with parents as a partnership. And that may be part of your vision, but I just want to echo what you and I had talked about last spring.
Thank you for that. Yeah, we'll make sure that we provide updates on summer programming and our planning and how we're doing all of that so that you guys know as well.
Wonderful. Are there any other sort of things that need to be asked or said at this moment, or we can also obviously ask for follow-up clarification, and this report comes back to us again. So we look forward to that as well. Okay, thank you very much for that. Is there anything else, Superintendent Rowe? I forgot to turn to my left. Sorry. Okay, then we will go ahead and move on to agenda item 2.02, which is an update on the 22-23 district calendar. So during this presentation, we are going to hear a monitoring report about current school year calendar, as well as information about calendar updates made as a result of contract negotiations last August, and preview some considerations for the district calendar for the next school year, the 23-24 upcoming school year. Welcome. We've added a friend. Welcome, Mr. Weiss. Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to add before we turn it over to our guests?
I just want to let the board know that this is really sort of a grounding for you in terms of our purpose, and we'll go over that when we get to that slide. But we just want to let you know where we are, because the district has adopted a 3-year calendar, but we made adjustments to it last year. And we, based on what happens with the springtime activities, we may be coming back to you to maintain some of those adjustments, change some of those adjustments. So we just thought it would be really helpful to do a grounding aligned to Executive Limitations 08, which is the calendar role and responsibility that the board has. So there's really nothing we necessarily need from you, unless you want to always tell us what you think about this and share your thoughts. But we just want to make sure that you have an opportunity to get a quick update about where we are. And it's not as simple as just the calendar. So with that, I believe I'm handing it over to Ms. Nicotores.
Good afternoon, board. I think this is an interesting conversation to follow the 1.1 monitoring report around data, because time is truly one of our most valuable resources. For the purpose of today's presentation, we do want to review the adjustments that we made to the calendar for this school year and demonstrate compliance with the board policy. So I'll talk through a little bit of that background with you to provide some context, and then also preview considerations and things that we are talking about for next year's calendar. Okay, so as part of board policy ELO 8, the superintendent is directed to take these actions related to getting a district calendar in place. So take reasonable steps to get public input. And I'll talk about how we do that in Jeffco. Make sure that everyone has a copy of the calendar. Make sure we give notice to families and community staff whenever there's going to be a change within a certain time frame. Ensure that we are in compliance with the required minimum hours and days as directed by the state. And then also think about a balance between instructional needs and the extracurricular activities of our students. So the primary way that we gather input from our community is through the calendar committee, and it's a broad group, broad representation from different stakeholders, and they're listed here on this slide, from our associations to PTA to religious affiliation, athletics. So we have lots of different folks on the committee, and you actually do approve the membership for the calendar committee. And we will be bringing a new list for membership this fall for you to approve as we'll begin this work. We are in year 1 of the current 3-year calendar. Next year will be year 2, but we will start the process with putting the calendar committee together next year, with work beginning in the spring. This slide explains the required instructional hours and instructional days as stated, that comes from the state. So for our secondary schools, required minimum of instructional hours is 1,080, and for our elementary schools, it's 990. And then for the days, the instructional days, it's a minimum of 160 days. For the Jeffco calendar, you can see that we do exceed the minimum requirements. For our secondary schools, on average, we have 1,139 instructional hours, and that there's some variability just based on length of day that we are trying to calibrate across the district through start times. And there's 1,080 required. And then for our elementary schools, we have around 1,066 as an average, so that does exceed the 990. And for instructional days, we have 172 and 175 for secondary on our current calendar.
Hey, Ms. Nicole, can you guys, sorry.
Renee.
Thank you, Renee. I was obviously trying really hard not to be rude and interrupt you, and then I overthought it. Can we I want to emphasize this average and the asterisks, because it really was an aha for us as we dug into the start and end times, the healthy and equitable start and end times, and really related to that equitable part. And I think it's important for our board and our listening public to understand the broad range that we currently have in terms of length of day for various students. And so, Renee, I don't know if you're ready for that, or Kim, if you're ready, but it would be helpful just to kind of talk a little bit about what we've discovered at a high level around the minimum and maximum number of minutes that students are receiving instruction and teachers are teaching. So teachers, work 8-hour days, but there's different times of instruction within that 8-hour day for different teacher groups by varying levels and by varying schools. And it's causing lots of issues in terms of equity for time for kids and equity of time for teachers.
Right. The largest discrepancies that the widest range of difference that we found in terms of the shortest day to the longest day. When we calculated, if you remember, when we presented it in our healthy and equitable start times piece, we were looking at a third to half of a year worth of instruction over an elementary career, over a middle school career, over a high school career. So now coming back into a range of 15 to 20 minutes difference between all of our schools brings that down to a handful of hours, not days and days. And so that certainly lessens the inequitability of the amount of academic time that some students were receiving.
And I just want to highlight this for you because you're going to hear from teachers later today. And I know that you already hear from teachers, because we do, that there are major inequities in terms of the amount of time that they have to prepare for lessons, to work together, to learn about the curriculum, for example, that they're implementing. And so not only was it inequity for students around their minutes, it's a huge problem for our teachers. And it is causing a lot of angst between different schools and a lot of challenge for our principals and our leadership teams in our schools to figure out how do we balance the independent time teachers need to plan and the collaboration and learning time that teachers need. And so we're hoping that this provides more of a foundation upon which we can build common systems and structures to provide for more equity both for students and teachers.
Thank you. Really important points. Okay, for our family calendar, these are the days that are mapped out for teacher staff development that is included each year, so families can predict and plan around those dates. I think this is fairly self-explanatory. This is what is on our calendar for this year. And we did speak to some adjustments that we made to provide more teacher planning time. We added 3 additional teacher work days this year, so December 19th and 20th at the pre-K through 8th grade level only, and then March 17th, so that teachers have a day to plan and get organized right after spring break when they return. We also added 3 late start days for 2-hour delayed start on the October 27th, February 2nd, and then again May 4th. And then we've added this federal holiday to our calendar, our year-round employee calendar and our summer school calendar for Juneteenth on June 19th. And so this adjustment then changed the number of instructional days, student contact days, pre-K through 8 to 169 from the 172. And the secondary days remain unchanged. As part of our policy, we are also required to provide at least a 30-day notice to our community, our staff, whenever calendar changes are made. And this is just an accounting of how we did that and when we did that, and the communications that went out to inform our community about these adjustments this year. Okay, and then a preview for next year. Again, we have 175 days, and these are PK through 12 for next year's calendar. And these are the staff development days, and then the addition of a late start for high schools only. High schools will have the opportunity to create a 1-hour weekly late start next year. It should not impact transportation or families. I'll let Dave actually speak to the details around this for the high school level in the conversations.
Yep. And so we met with high school principals, and we're going to meet with middle and elementary school principals as well on this topic. But we started with high school in part because most of our high schools actually already run a late start, and some of them run 2 late starts in a week. And so in some schools, it's a representative of a reduction in late start, and others it'll be exactly what they do, and a few that's actually an addition. But part of what we're aspiring to is having some additional time for our teachers to be engaged in professional learning, DDI, PLC time that doesn't take away from their individual planning time. And we also don't want it to impact families. And so we met with high schools first, in part because they were already doing this in many cases. And so we wanted to kind of understand what they were doing in their buildings in terms of late start, responsive scheduling, access, soft starts, and things like that. And so, Correct, and their need to master schedule, because high schools need to get their master schedules built. They're starting to do that now. We're meeting with middle school principals next week, and then elementary schools as well a little bit later in the month to talk about what could this potentially look like in their buildings as well. Our goal is not to impact families, not to impact students when they arrive to school, and what does supervision and support and enrichment look like for those students while teachers may be in professional learning or planning time. And so we've gotten through high school at this point, and we're presenting to you today. So we haven't talked to middle and elementary yet. So I do want you to know it's not just for high school at the moment. Our goal is to be able to provide this across our system.
The other thing I might just add quickly in terms of this PLC DDI, so DDI stands for Data-Driven Instruction. And, we have a key initiative this year around a data-driven culture with a data dashboard. And we are aware and know that the PLC model at one time in Jeffco was very strong, well supported by the district, and that teachers, school leaders, teacher leaders got a lot of training on what does make up an effective PLC. So we are interested, and Renee's team is working alongside Dave's team on effective professional learning structures that actually will support teachers in the work they do and hopefully be meaningful to the time that they spend in those structures, including support for an expectation setting around what those structures need to look like in a school.
Okay, and this is a summary of some of the conversations that continue related to the adjustments being made to this year's calendar. But again, we're talking about should we continue with additional non-student contact days for K-5 and K-8 schools next year? Do we add additional non-student contact days for middle schools? Working with elementaries, as Dave was talking about, in middle schools to talk about what late starts might look like for them and some creative scheduling opportunities that we might be able to help them think through. And then continue to explore how is this helping our teachers or how is it perhaps not moving things forward by providing this additional time. As we mentioned at the beginning, this is not a simple subject. There are many impacts that we have to consider. These are some of the things that we are thinking about. The impact of our calendar's decisions on family schedules and their routines. Certainly providing more equitable time for our teachers, as Dr. Superintendent Orland alluded to earlier. The impact on transportation. And student voice, and how are we including our students in this conversation as well. You all heard the presentation this year around Halloween, and we want to continue to engage our students in a really authentic way around student contact time. So lots to think about in addition to our collective bargaining agreements as we enter into considerations for next year. Okay, so these are some things that we're thinking about as next steps around the calendar. We would like to invite some of our students in who have some opinions around our calendar for conversation. Obviously working with our associations through bargaining this year and any topics that may relate to our calendar. And we'll continue to provide you ongoing updates. Okay.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Board members, any questions or comments around the district calendar and some of the considerations moving forward? Director Miller?
Yes, thank you. This is most helpful. I think going back to the second to last page, which talks about as we're shifting the calendar and we're thinking about late start times or we're thinking about extra days, what impact that does have on children. And so if, for example, we say, oh, well, we know that we want to have late start one time a week on Thursdays, what does that buy us? Does that buy us effect size of what? For what? Goes back to the professional training that we discussed. If we're going to be providing professional training, is it really impacting children or not? Because my concern is we have less hours with kiddos, and after we've seen the numbers this evening or this afternoon, my angst is that our children need more time with our teachers, not less time with our teachers. So if we are talking about hour here, hour there, day here, day there, and how is it going to benefit our kids? Because that's what we're here for. That's our competency and our goal, and that's our job. So I would like to have those types of evals when we start talking about planning time or an hour start late here or there, because it impacts not only our students and our families, but something has to be beneficial for our kids, not just for the adults.
Absolutely. Absolutely agree with you. We need to clarify expectations for how the time would be used and monitor that.
Right. Exactly. Like we do all the other monitoring. Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Director Parker, did you have anything you'd like to ask or say?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on Director Miller's point just now. So my question is, were the average number of hours and days that we saw on this presentation based on the professional development days and the non-contact days and all the early release and so forth that we see in the calendar already, or would these take away from those average numbers?
Any adjustments that we may make right now would change that. We would have to build that in to ensure that we're still exceeding the expectations that are from the minimum requirements, and that would be something that we would look at. As we did this year, if we looked at the calendar adjustments we made this year, it did take us from 172 instructional days to 169 for pre-K through 8th grade students. So it is something that we would have to look at, that there would be an impact there.
Well, okay, I understand that if you make any additional adjustments, but the things that we saw here, the dates that were identified in the calendar at this point are reflected in the averages that we saw.
Yes, those are built in.
I want to actually add to that. Because of some inconsistencies, there are some things that some schools are doing that might not be reflected in some of these totals. I'm looking at Kim and Dave to make sure I'm saying this accurately.
With current policy in place, schools had some autonomy in deciding to utilize some time during their school week, during their calendar, as Dave pointed out. For example, high schools using an hour once a week or twice a week at the beginning of the day for PLC time or DDI time. They had the capability of doing such. And so part of the intentionality and the efforts of healthy and equitable start times is to create some consistency among the system and make sure that we know how much school time students are actually engaged in.
And make sure that we
all
are
levels.
meeting those minimums, and that we're not just saying our district calendar meets the minimums, but we're able to say our district calendar, in addition to whatever a school might be doing in addition to the district calendar, number one, we know about. Number two, is good for teachers and for families. And number two, is still keeps them at the minimum.
Our schools do fill out kind of instructional hours monitoring forms with their schedules that to provide those calculations, and they're submitted to their community superintendent for monitoring as well.
Yeah. Yes, and what we've been working on this year is making sure that there's a normed and consistent understanding of what, for example, a late start means for teacher time to work together and collaborate in a PLC versus an advisory period where students are coming and receiving support from a teacher, or there's a support, I don't remember what we call it,
I'm going to speak to that.
access time for kids to come in and receive specific support to their identified needs, which does count as instructional time. So we're working really hard. And I have to say, our high school principals have been awesome in this conversation. They have not only come to the table, they've been, in my opinion, great leaders that are balancing that just right piece around advocating for what they know their schools need and their students and their teachers, and also acknowledging that we have to create some shared norms across schools and be transparent about what we're doing, so that we can, make sure families aren't all over the place if their kids are going to different schools and having to figure out what happens on Tuesday versus what happens on Thursday. And is what you call access the same thing as what I call access? And what are you doing during your late starts? So we are working toward finding that balance. And our high school principals have been great partners with us in not only being sense makers for us as we make decisions, but also with one another, frankly.
And I'd add to that, we're also updating the policy that has provided the amount of autonomy that has caused there to be such discrepancies across our district. So there will be less autonomy around schools creating certain parts of their schedule that they've had the ability to do so in the past. And so the standardizing of the length of day, the standardizing of the start times, and then the discussions that we had around late starts and other parts of schedules that are different than a particular course have been really powerful. And we've actually learned of some really great practices that schools are using too. For example, responsive scheduling, which is happening in a couple of schools where the students are actually in like a flexible schedule where on a Tuesday they would have a period of time. If they're behind in math, they can actually visit with their math teacher, and that's built into their schedule as instructional time. And they have access to their teachers to get that additional support. So these are things that have come out of the conversation, but we've also tried to standardize language around what is a late start, what is an access period, what's an advisory period, what's a study hall, and what's a responsive schedule look like.
Going to follow up question.
When you say there's a policy, where? Like, is there policy at our level, or is the policy
the district policy?
It's district policy that we have to review. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so when do we review that policy?
Julie, I'm gonna probably we're talking about the policy review.
Okay. So at some point we'll see it.
Yeah, we're rewriting it.
Oh, you're rewriting it. Okay.
Or redlining
we'll
it.
see it at some point over the next couple of months. So it actually applies to next year.
Well, and we're also being responsive to the conversations that we're having with the school leaders we're rewriting it. Yeah.
Okay.
Right. So a couple of things. We are aware of this policy that just basically says schools can create their own schedules. Because in addition to late starts, let's just be honest, we have schools who are taking days for assessment. We have schools who are taking days for PD here and there. And that's just how people have been doing it. They're not doing anything wrong. They're trying to get their needs met. And so this is not I'm just telling you what's happening. And it's what people have been doing. We are concerned about that portion of the policy because it just puts the district in a position where when we report to you compliance or non-compliance with your executive limitation 08, I'm just telling you, we're not sure about some things that are going on. And I'm sure everybody's well-intentioned, but we need to be transparent and upfront with our communities. As a parent, I will also say I was confused at times about why is my school getting this day, but my friend's kid's school isn't. And parents are confused about some things going on with days here and there and late starts. That being said, Julie and Dave have been working together on this policy language, and we're not quite revised yet and ready to come to you because we want to use the feedback from our principal groups that Dave mentioned that he's pulling together. And I think we want to spend some time with our partners in bargaining with JCEA, JESPA, and also make sure not only do they have the input, but the JCAA groups that Dave's talking to. So we just got to get some input before we really come to you and say, we feel like this is the right language that strikes that just right balance and isn't too top down, but also isn't the wild, wild west. And so that is something we're working on. We probably should have added that to the next step slide, but that's okay. We are working on that. It's not like next week, but it is probably this spring and into the summer and fall as we begin to talk about calendar again.
And I would like to add to that as well, in that, in the earlier presentation, we talked about professional learning and how it hasn't been as consistent as we would like. And one of the problems with creating professional learning for our system is when the system is all on a different schedule, it's difficult to get teachers together. When they're all using a different resource, it's difficult to create a professional learning that's when there's 15 different resources in a building. So some of the systemness that we're working toward will also improve in what our teachers are receiving in terms of professional learning, the time that they can spend together collaboratively developing their curriculum and their lessons. And so really it is, as we standardize some of our practices, it's going to have multiple positive impacts.
So I just have, because I want to be real mindful of time, because we have lots of guests that are going to be coming to talk with us next. So we have about 4 more minutes. I have one question, and then if we have follow-up questions, we can make that happen. Going back up in scale to a little bit more of a 30,000-foot view here, I know that there's a 160-day minimum, right, for kids to be in school. What I'm wondering, and like we've talked about with a lot of other sort of benchmarks, is that the right amount of time to really achieve what we want to achieve with our students? What I'm wondering is, we build in more time than that, I assume, for some flexibility as we go into thinking about and having conversations with our colleagues around teacher time and the flexibility as a system that we want to offer. Is there a sweet spot where we know if it's not it's above 160. Is it 170? Is it 185? I don't. Is there a research around what is the number of days that students could be in school, or the amount of instructional time that leads to demonstrable growth?
There is some
May not be an
research.
answer.
I mean, I can't rattle it off right now, but we can probably get some of that to you. I think, the most important thing is how effectively the time is used that they have. And so by giving our teachers professional learning that helps them in providing great instruction is really the key. And then also giving them time to plan for the instruction, to analyze the data. And so the effectiveness really is around how effectively the instruction is delivered in that time. I'm not really sure, like, from 160 to 170, if we find a research study that shows that. There are some research studies that show that like summer break does have a negative impact on students as far as academics are concerned. I think it has a lot of other positive impacts for students, to be clear, my kids included. So they'd be really upset if they heard me say that just now. So, but I think that we can look and see if there's anything between like 160, 170, 180. But I think really the key is how we leverage the time that we have with our kids, and that it's the highest and most effective instruction we can give them.
My interest here is to be able to, as a board member, as a board, as a district, to find that balance between the time that we are allowing for professionals in our district to be able to do the work that they do to the best of their ability, and maintaining and sort of protecting the amount of time that our kids are receiving direct instruction. And I know that this is like the big question, is what is that just right balance that we can find? But the more information that I am not an educational researcher, I don't know the answer to these questions, but it would be helpful for me to be able to think about, well, where are the levers that we can pull, and where's the give and take in terms of what is gonna ultimately be the best for our kids. Yeah. And so as we move into conversations with our association partners and all of these other conversations, subsequent conversations, to me, that's the sort of balance that I'm looking for, and information that can be brought to the table and that helps to inform that would be always appreciated.
So I'll add to your thinking that yes, it's days. Yes, it's hours. Yes, it's the entirety of the schedule of the school year, and it's what we do with that time. And granted, we can bring you research studies that says it needs to be at least this many days, or it needs to be at least this many hours. And part of it is you could use those hours poorly, and you can also use lesser time well. So there's some yes and in all of that. One of the things we looked at within the calendar when we looked at the schedule, yes, we have to account for weather because we live in Colorado, and we know that we're going to have days that are going to be impacted, so we can't be at that minimum. We need to be above that. We can also talk about how do we utilize some of those hours that in strategic ways if we feel like we need to use them for PLC or data-driven instructional dialogue, those kinds of things. So we can bring you that other piece, but also it's the multiple variables within that contribute to a student's success. And I would argue that the data we just talked about says we need to maximize instruction in every way we can.
And that's really the conversation I'm interested in having. So I appreciate the nuance of that. All right. Thank you all very much. Anything before we transition? Okay, great. So we are going to, does anyone need a quick break? Okay. So as we transition, we're going to have folks come up. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll welcome and introduce our friends from Jefferson County Education Association. So we'll be back in 5 minutes. All right, welcome back, everyone. Oh my gosh, I keep looking for you, Mary. Sorry, Director Parker. And I'm like, ah. Okay, so we're going to move on in our agenda to agenda item 2.03, which is an opportunity for the board and our Jefferson County Education Association to meet and be updated on the work of the association and areas where we can move forward collaboratively. This presentation will, allow us to receive a report from you all. So I'm going to turn over to you, Brooke Williams, President, JCEA, and then we can facilitate introductions. Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you'd like to say before we get started?
Welcome.
All right.
We're happy to have you.
There it is. Over to you.
Thank you. So I'm Brooke Williams. I'm an art educator, a Jeffco mom, and the JCEA president. So first, we would just like to thank you for your continued devotion and time that you give our students and our community and our employees in Jeffco. And as Team Jeffco, we need to continue to invest in our educators and students. We need to respect the profession of teaching by giving educators the gift of time, supports, and resources they need to give our students the best public education possible. We need to respect educators as experts and ensure their voices are centered when making decisions regarding learning and working conditions. We also need to ensure schools are safe spaces for our students, educators, and communities by providing mental health supports, safe spaces for all our students that promote acceptance and inclusion. And lastly, we need to continue our commitment to address safety concerns related to school violence. Our investment in our students and employees, respecting educators as the experts, and safety should be reflected in our budgeting, bargaining goals, and work together. Barack Obama said, "A budget is more than just a series of numbers on a page. It's an embodiment of our values." As we prepare for another bargaining season, it's important to keep in mind that the bargaining process provides an organized and a transparent system to improve student learning and overall environment in public schools. Bargaining also helps ensure that educators receive a professional level of pay and benefits. Today's presentation, so please go to the next slide. Okay. I don't have any fancy devices like that. Sorry. Oh, no. Oh, sure. Okay. Do I just push the... Okay, great. First time driving. Okay. Oh, that's not the right side. Okay. All right. So today's presentation is to walk you through some of the key findings from our annual bargaining survey to illustrate how this informs our bargaining priorities for the upcoming bargaining season and advocating for the best public education experiences for our students. We'd also like to share some of the things we are working on as a union to build a better Jeffco for our students, educators, and community. We'll try to offer 30 minutes at the end for questions and conversation. But as always, we encourage each one of you to reach out and keep those conversations and our partnership in building a better Jeffco for students, educators, and communities ongoing. So we'd like to start with introductions, and I've already started. So we'll start with our executive committee.
My name is Dale Munholland. I'm the JCA Vice President, and I'm a social studies teacher at Pomona High School.
Ann Janderson, social studies teacher at Bear Creek High School and JCEA secretary, as well as I represent Colorado at the National Education Association level.
I'm Andrew Gittner. I'm the JCEA treasurer, and I teach English at Golden.
I'm Taylor Davis. I teach choir, band, orchestra, and theater at Three Creeks and Coal Creek Canyon K-8. I'm on our CEA board and also Community Outreach Action Team Chair.
Awesome. Board of Directors. Oh, sorry, Stephen. Sorry, Stephen.
Stephen Kelly, fifth grade teacher at South Lakewood Elementary School, CEA board member, and a member of JCEA's EMOTE.
Sorry, Stephen. All right, Board of Directors.
I'm Kari Gray. I'm a social emotional learning specialist at Manning Middle School and the Political Action Team Chair.
I'm Sarah Gallagher. I'm the Ethnic Minority Outreach Action Team Chair. That's EMOTE. I'm the ESL teacher at Everett Middle School.
Hi, I'm Michelle Malis. I'm a Spanish teacher at Green Mountain High School and also the negotiations chair for JCEA.
I'm Colin Ferraro. I am the Early Career Educator Action Team Chair and also an English teacher at Wheat Ridge High School.
Hi, I'm Kay Landon. I'm the Organizing Action Team Chair and also an English teacher at Wheat Ridge High School. Go Farmers.
And we have two board members that are at 6th grade outdoor lab. They work at Summit Ridge. So Katie Cahill, who is our professional practice action team chair, and Colin will be covering some of what she does in her role, and Ashley Hoppy, who is our communication action teams chair, and is also at a 6th grade outdoor lab and is a SPED teacher. Okay, next slide. Let's see. Okay, there we go. So these are the topics for tonight's discussion. So we're going to talk about the state of Jeffco, so our report from our findings of our most recent survey, the budget stabilization factor, and if you're interested, we have these wonderful shirts to talk about BS, and bargaining, ethnic minority outreach action team report and data that they'd like to share with you, Grub Club and community partnerships, professional practices, and new educator supports. And we'll end with thank you and then questions and discussions. Okay. This is like too much for me. Like a clicker and yeah, here. Thanks. All right. So unfortunately, statewide data is showing that many educators are considering leaving the profession. In a recent CEA report, just under 65%. So even though many end up staying, the stress and decrease in positive engagement negatively impact staff and students. Next slide. Okay, so 47% have experienced moderate increase to stress and 13% significant increases in stress due to shortages. 5% are considered leaving Jeffco and the profession. When educators were asked to rank in order of importance what they felt would address educator shortages, 61% said higher compensation. Next, the next highest rankings were honor all years of prior teaching experience, more planning time, and higher expectations for students and families. Next.
Special education professionals are stressed, burnt out, and experience compassion fatigue. Their students have increased needs on top of large caseloads. Jeffco schools in general have parish shortages, which significantly impacts SPED professionals. The work they do requires significant planning time, and they don't get enough of it. Like our general ed professionals, we have SPED licensed staff shortages, and it adds to those remaining their workloads. It adds to their workloads. They're pulled into other duties or cover for other professionals. Unsafe working conditions and disruptive student behavior take much from this group, which we'll get into these issues more later. This in total is felt as a general lack of support and specifically a lack of support from administration. In addition, our SPED providers tell us that they're spending many hours outside the 40-hour work week on paperwork, and they regularly hold IEP meetings outside the contract day.
We know that teachers are contractually given 225 minutes of planning time. Even at that, that's not enough. However, many teachers in our recent survey, 22%, said that they're not receiving their contractual planning time. Now, the work we did on this last year, middle school, high school teachers, for the most part, are receiving their plan time, their contractual plan time. The real problem comes in elementary schools, where they're simply not getting their plan time, their contractual plan time, due to just the scheduling that takes place in elementary school. And a lot of times, the elementary school teachers, their plan time is very micromanaged, and it's very, very regimented. And they just don't have enough time to do what they need to do throughout the day. One of the big impacts to plan time is the PLCs that teachers are required to do. Our recent survey found that 30% of teachers are not getting their plan time because of the PLCs that they're required to do. Our survey also showed that only 15% of our teachers highly see any tangible, real valuable from the PLC time. And then 42% say it only really has marginal value, and 16% see no value in the PLCs at all. It's just chewing up their time. We think PLCs are important. We think PLCs can do good work, but we think PLCs need to be reconfigured, and especially reconfigured so they do not interfere with teachers' plan time. The individual plan time is the teacher's individual time to do what they need to do, not to sit in meetings. Teachers have enough meetings. They don't need another one. If it's that important, PLC time can be found somewhere else in the day, not during individual plan time.
Students' trauma has increased during the pandemic. Some schools are reporting more typical student behaviors this year, but others, especially high-need schools, are still struggling with increased student behaviors. 33% of teachers have had their instruction interrupted daily by significant disruptive behaviors, and 46% say their school does not consistently enforce clear behavioral expectations in a way that positively impacts student behavior. Students don't exist in a vacuum, and the increase in crime and incivility in our larger society are having an impact on our students. Occasionally, teachers are being injured by students. SPED teachers who work with high-risk students are particularly vulnerable, and we've had several teachers resign because of injuries they've suffered in school. In some elementary and middle schools, a small number of high-need students take up such an inordinate amount of mental health response teams and building administrators' time that other students' needs can't be addressed using a multi-tiered system of support. In some of our high schools, staffing ratios do not meet those recommended in the latest research or by professional organizations like the American School Counselor Association. We're asking our mental health teams to see more kids than they can be expected to effectively help. Even in those high schools that are fully staffed, we don't have enough professionals to meet the growing needs of our students. If we want to prioritize healthy and safe schools, we must have better ratios. How can we meet students' needs while holding all students to consistent expectations for behavior while not impacting them negatively through multiple suspensions and law enforcement interventions? A supermajority of our members want a clear district-wide behavior system that is easy to follow and understand, one that sets forth building-wide discipline systems with clear expectations and consequences.
Every year, premiums, deductibles, and copays increase on our insurance, eating into the raises that we are given. We need a new approach to paying for healthcare right now, where our district is contributing more of a percentage contribution as opposed to a fixed amount, so that we're sharing the increase in those costs. We have members who have had to put their children on Medicaid because they can't afford our health care. I have a friend whose wife, when they were having a child, had to go on Medicaid or Medicare, whichever, whenever they were having a child because they couldn't afford for her to be covered under his health insurance. And there are multiple stories like that. We also have young educators who are afraid to start families because they're afraid they won't be able to afford the healthcare bills. Some of them are looking at leaving the profession so that they can find a job where they can have adequate health insurance. We're hearing now from our members on the Benefits Advisory Council that Kaiser and Aetna are proposing significant increases that will again outpace our salary increases. We really need district management to commit to a percentage of our healthcare premium costs as opposed to a fixed contribution amount so that we have that tangible incentive to work together and bargain better rates for our educators. Oh, These are some comments from our most recent survey. I have never been able to afford to insure my husband ever. My boys went on Medicaid because I couldn't afford the district insurance for our family. I can't afford to get health care for my children, so they're on Medicaid. I am a widow on a first-year teacher's salary. It's absolutely ridiculous that I've worked in Jeffco for 13 years, and every year my 2 kids qualify for Medicaid because I've never been able to add them to the district's plan with my single income as a classroom teacher. It's beyond ridiculous. It's insulting. I have a high deductible plan. For any expenses, I have to pay $3,000 out of pocket before the insurance kicks in, and when it does, it is a small percentage. In the past decade, I have never had expenses over $3,000. Therefore, I have never really gotten any insurance benefits. I do not use health insurance through the school district. I am on the same Kaiser plan through my husband's job, and it is only $232 for me, him, and our daughter. In Jeffco, it would be over $1,000. I have had to start renting out my basement to make ends meet. I always recommend that teachers with 1 child buy their insurance on the state side. It is always cheaper and you have more coverage options. So we are asking public employees to also apply for public assistance so that they can afford to have insurance for their children.
Okay. So I'm assuming that you have all heard of the budget stabilization factor. And unlike when my kids asked what my shirt meant today, I don't have to go into a very long, complicated ordeal. But I'm also sure that you have heard that Jeffco has been denied almost $1 billion since 2009. That includes my kids' education, the majority of it, and then my students' education, all of the entirety of their education. Makes me want to cry. Also, as a state, we are short in education $10 billion. So, what are we doing here? We are asking our legislators to get rid of the budget stabilization factor, that they can no longer balance our state's budget on the back of education. And what can we do together? We are hoping you can join us. I have a resolution that you could use as a model for your own resolution to pass at your next meeting so that we can work on this together. Together, we have got to get rid of the budget stabilization factor, or as I said to my 10th graders, no more BS. And then my next point is, of course, more about money. Sorry, the new SBB formula. Who likes it? Nobody that we've found. Educators do not like SBB budgeting. The new revised formula is universally disliked. JCEA has not talked to a single principal who supports it. If we have more money, more money than needed for basic staffing, SBB might be able to be used creatively. However, in an era of budget shortfalls as we are in now and have been in for almost my entire career, it's not creative, it's punitive. Schools cannot staff themselves based on student needs in the SBB environment. Wheat Ridge has many needs that we cannot fund because we are a small school and don't get the money that we need to fund these needs for our kids. So hopefully we can all work on something different together and start looking at a needs-based budget.
All right, bargaining. It's bargaining season. We did send out our letter of intent to bargain yesterday with the following items on there. So I just want to kind of talk about a few of those. Because we're not bargaining the entire contract this year, that will happen next year. Each side has the opportunity to bring 2 reopeners, and then we may have several mutual articles or concepts that we would choose to work on. And so starting with some of those mutuals, compensation and benefits, which you've already heard a little bit about this evening. So according to both our survey and CEA's and just our own personal experience, compensation continues to be a barrier to staying in the profession, and also to be able to give it your all. We hear stories every year of our educators that are working 2 and 3 jobs, and I don't think that's the best situation if we're going to be providing thoughtful planning time and instruction and feedback to our students. And we're going to be in an arms race, as you know, not only with other districts who are going to be trying to compete for the teachers to fill those positions, but also other professions that can and do offer a better compensation package and benefits package. And people have families. They need to take care of their kids, and that's something that they have to consider. So we know that the way that state funds education is problematic. And at this point, we find ourselves in last place, actually, in the nation in terms of competitiveness of teacher salaries. How does a teacher salary allow a person to afford the cost of living in that area? And we are dead last. The top state, which I believe was Rhode Island, it was a 3% pay penalty for teachers. Here in Colorado, we're about 36. That's huge, and that is a barrier to joining this profession, to staying in this profession. We are really proud, though. We did some great work together last year on a new salary schedule that was long overdue and that did help us to become more competitive within other local metro and districts. And that work was important, and we do feel really good about that. However, that work isn't done. We still have, as you know, rising costs, and as we look at our benefits, people are seeing whatever raise they got going away. And in fact, most of the time it feels that we're fighting just to stay even with where we were. People aren't able to, and they're barely able to do that. So this does continue to be a concern for our educators and a concern for us in our buildings. Who are we going to be able to keep this year that have made connections within their community? They have connections with the parents and the students, and we don't want to lose that. We don't want to lose that institutional knowledge too within the buildings and the communities. So of course that'll be an area we'll be working on again this year. We also plan to look at some areas within Article 15 temporary contracts. Article 17 will be coming up again as a mutual. It's specifically service credit years. So we've noticed some other districts are starting to look at that as well. Maybe we want to raise. Do we give somebody 10 years, 11 years, 12 years so that we can attract them to our district, because other districts are doing that? We have some Warren Tech CTE cleanup to work on. Stipends, which continue to be an area we are not competitive with other districts with our activity and coach stipends. And then also retiree pay. So as we ask teachers to come back out of retirement to fill hard to fill positions, we have some work to do on what those contracts look like. We're going to be opening our Article 19 to continue our work on grievances. And then finally, a mental health and safety MOU. As you heard, there are a number of issues still that we need to address and find ways to keep staff and students safe within our buildings. JCEA also chooses to reopen, once again, Article 5, time management, and Article 8, licensed educators, resources, and class size caseload. These come up a lot because they're what affect the majority of our members year over year when the entire contract isn't up. We're hoping to look at a targeted approach this year on a few specific items, knowing the entire contract will be up next year. In addition, we are awaiting district management if there are additional articles that they choose to reopen, or if we've covered everything here that they want to look at. So they just received the letter yesterday, so we look forward to hearing back. Next slide. Great. So we do have our dates up here, as you can see, and we would cordially invite you to attend as many of those sessions as you can, even if you're not there for the whole time, just to get a sense of, particularly when the conversations are happening. We're going to be using a similar bargaining model it's called intentional bargaining, where it's focused around conversations and where is there common ground and where are we still far apart, and then assigning work for red lines later. We're going to still be having people come to the table as article bargainers to talk about their stories and what language would help them to be more effective within the classroom. And so that those stories are really important to hear to understand why do we need this change in language. So we would invite you to attend as many of those as we can. As you can see, on our schedule, we will have 4 dates at JCEA. So if you'd like to come then too, it could be a fun time. And we'll be working with FMCS again. We've worked with them the last couple of years. And so we're looking forward to that. So thank you very much.
Okay. Really quickly, I'd just like to take you guys back to kind of our roadmap of how we got to where we are today. In September 1st, 2021, Article 22, the equity and diversity language was added to JCA's contract. Over a year later, on November 30th, 2022, we finally secured a ombuds role per Section 3 of Article 22. And in December 14th, 2022, we had our first initial meeting for the EAC, the Equity Accountability Committee, per Article 22/1. And that was, it was productive. We actually established where we were going with the EAC in that meeting. And then we actually had our first official EAC meeting, planning meeting, just this past January in 2023. In that meeting, we actually established some goals that we want to focus on right away as much as we can. Those 2 goals would be retaining and increasing educators of color in the classroom and having them rise up to leadership, as well as establish district-wide equity trainings going from the top down. Primarily the reason why we're focusing on hiring educators of color is because, as you can see, over the years, our educators of color has kind of maintained the same, but our students of color have grown. And studies have shown that all students of color definitely benefit from having educators of color in the classroom, but students of specifically ethnic students really do benefit having teachers that look just like them. So it's really important we start increasing that in our schools. Right now, currently, with our data in 2021 and 22 and 2022-23, we can see that there really has not been much change. If anything, kind of a decrease with our educators of color growing in Jeffco. It's really unfortunate because we kind of had high hopes Article 22 would kind of emphasize that and push that in our district, but there really hasn't been much change. You can see more from the data here that where the we're just not increasing in many places. In some cases, we're not increasing at all. In some cases, we are a little bit, but it's just not enough, and we need to find the urgency to move forward now. So as a board, I really ask that you give us the support and the encouragement and the go-ahead for the EAC to move forward with starting to make some changes and decisions, and trust in our professionalism that we know what we're talking about and we know what's best for our schools, and just encourage us to keep moving forward, but also give us the go-ahead. So thank you.
All right, so now on to Grub Club. So as you can see, we have some history in the why and the how. It says in 2015, there were more than 2,400 students in Jeffco schools who didn't have a permanent home or a place to go for a hot meal at night. So why we do this, as educators, we all know that this affects their ability to perform in the classroom. How can we teach a student when they come to our class hungry, when they come to school hungry, when they don't have that support at home or outside of school? So every spring, we lead Grub Clubs. I help lead the charge as Community Outreach Action Team Chair to ensure all students experiencing homelessness or are emancipated youth can have food throughout the school year. So JCEA, JESPA, and Jeffco PTA have partnered up. If you look at your flyers, we have our partners on there as well. You also have a QR code if you would like to donate. Just a little plug there. It's on the next slide. But we've able to, through our digital fundraising, we really took off through the pandemic, and it allowed Action Center to add an elementary school aspect to Grub Club. And at the last count, we're able to serve students from 11 sites in Jeffco. And if you look at that slide, our results so far are $1,745. Our goal this year is $10,000, and we're doing monetary and in-kind donations. So overall, Grub Club helps create a safer and more inclusive environment for students and helps lessen food insecurities. as Community Outreach Action Team Chair. I've also seen many places that others can experience insecurities, and this is with whether or not they identify as, it's a lot of acronyms, I'll explain them. Okay, just a heads up. We love an alphabet soup, right? So, with whether or not they identify as LGBTQIA2S+, that stands for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or gender expansive, queer or questioning, intersex, asexual, and two-spirit. That's where the 2S+ comes from, and then there's always more. Part of my work as COAT has been to strengthen partnerships with CEA and JCEA through the LGBTQ report that CEA did, and to further that work. One quote is, "It's hard for all of our students to feel safe and welcome at our school if our LGBTQ+ staff aren't allowed to exist as their true selves." The LGBTQ report done by CEA is a catalyst for ensuring language into statewide contracts to make a more inclusive and safer environment for all to thrive, regardless of their sexual orientation identification. And this is something that we're taking the connection that makes it is most of the time you find emancipated and homeless youth don't have that support at home. So part of what this CEA report will do is it's providing templates for contract language to come in for our educators. We have great language for our students. In the contract, we don't have it so much for our staff members. And I've also experienced that personally. That's why it's near and dear to me, is I would like to go forward and initiate some work on implementing what we found in the CEA report and put it into our wording and contract here in Jeffco. So thank you for that.
So I'm going to go ahead and give a little bit of insight as to what Katie is working on as professional practices chair. She has a couple goals she's working on right now. More educator voices represented in curriculum and professional practices discussions, and utilizing educator experience and expertise as a resource for professional learning. To give everyone a clear example of what we're talking about here, we can look at specifically math teachers who are having a very hard time implementing illustrative math in their curriculum this year. We found, especially true in our building, that math teachers have a really easier time understanding how to implement a curriculum such as illustrative math when they can see other professionals within the district implement it successfully in their classrooms. Right now, we just don't have the time, nor do we have the PD where that's happening, and we would like to see that happen with some of the teacher leaders around the district. We're also already leveraging some of those teacher leaders within the district with things like COPs in our new teacher inductions, so there's no reason not to leverage it here as well. Katie is currently working on also collaborating with PLC coaches on consistent messaging and increased teacher leadership for PLCs in our buildings. One of the things that we've been kind of dealing with around the district is inconsistent messaging around PLCs, what they are, what they look like, and what the expectations are. To give you an example, you could go to Wheat Ridge and you could ask 5 teachers what PLCs are, and you would probably get 5 different answers. This is something that we've been working on especially hard this year at Wheat Ridge, but I think to go back to Dale's poll about how teachers feel about PLCs, I think we can increase the amount of teachers who feel like PLCs are a useful amount of their time if we have clear, consistent messaging around what PLCs are supposed to be. Katie is also working on recruiting educators to give feedback in the development of professional learning strands. She's working with Monica Nuringburn to create what is essentially a skill sheet of what we want professionals in Jeffco, what skills we want professionals in Jeffco to have when they enter the district. So that's very formative, something that's very nascent, very early stages, but something that she's working on. The next slide, please. Okay, and this is me. We have a new early career educator action team chair, Colin Ferraro. Hello, nice to meet you all. I really only have one goal for right now. I'm just trying to create a consistently meeting community of new teachers that has a positive, welcoming culture where Jeffco educators feel supported, heard, and understood. From my experience being here 3 years, when I first got here, it was just really hard for me to find other educators around the same kind of time frame in their educational journey. It was hard for me to talk to people and connect with people who understood exactly what I was dealing with in my new profession. This is something that COPs aims to accomplish, right? But it's a lot harder to do so when it's done in a formal environment and also done online, right? So one of the things that I'm trying out is we're holding bi-weekly happy hours. We're going to hop around the district. We're going to try to hit all cardinal directions because Jeffco is so large. So we'll be around. We have a little bit of a schedule going. We're kind of getting into a cycle, but this will hopefully provide a little bit more of an informal meeting location for teachers to just connect and create community, which we know is so important. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Hi, I'm the treasurer. I'm not going to bore you with our budget, but one of the great things that we do is we have the JCA Excellence Fund pictured here. And you may have gotten some emails about this, but what we actually do is we provide scholarships for students who want to become teachers in Jeffco. Those students also, if you'll jump to the next slide, get some really great benefits that have come from our collaboration with the district, where we've talked to HR, and shout out to Phil Bedford, about preferential and priority hiring for students who have been awarded the scholarship, because it's not all about the money. I had to move to Colorado to get a job interview when I was looking for my first teaching job. And that can hopefully become a pathway for teachers to stay in Jeffco, not just as students, but also as professionals.
Sorry. So we just want to thank you for your annual time, and now we'll open things up for questions and discussion. But thank you again. We look forward to this, and we look forward to seeing you again next year. But we'd also like to do this more if you guys are interested. So.
Great. Thank you all so much. Board members, is there anyone that would like to begin? Comments or questions? Excuse me? Oh, I was looking like over your shoulder at Director Parker. That's awkward, isn't it? Director Parker, would you like to kick it off?
Sure, thank you. Thanks so much for this presentation, and it's nice to see the team that you have and put some faces, although I'm seeing the back of you, so I don't see faces right now, but names. Thank you. To your positions. I have a couple of questions, and the first one is about planning time, because we did mention this earlier in some of our other presentations, and I'm interested in historically, has this always been a problem, or is it due to different kinds of, I'm going to call it acronyms, so, the PLCs and the DDIs and the whatever, so there just been more and more different activities that are considered planning activities now than there used to be?
I'll go ahead and answer that, because I think I've been teaching longer than anyone here. When I first started teaching at the high school level, we had 2 planning periods. Every teacher had 2 planning periods. And then about 23 years ago, the district said, well, we're going to take one of those planning periods and give everybody a study hall. And we're going to do a study, and we're going to see if study halls increase student achievement. Well, we've been studying for 23 years now, and we still have a study hall, and we have 1 planning period. So when we had 2 planning periods, we had an abundance of planning time. Taking that away has taken it down to the very bare minimum. And then since then, there has been a multitude of programs and endeavors and initiatives that have come into the school, into education, to make things better and improve things. And it just eats in the time, eats in the time, eats in the time, eats in the time. And if we miss, in the high school level, if we miss 1 planning period during the week, we don't get our plan time. We simply don't get it. At the elementary school, it's become even more burdensome during that time because of the testing and all of the preparation and investigation that goes into all of that. So it's been over a course of time. At one time, I think there was plenty of planning time. Over the course of the last 25 years that I've been teaching, it's become less and less and less, and it's now down at the bare minimum, and it's just not enough. If we look at European models, which we always like to compare ourselves to how the European students are doing, teachers in Europe get a lot more planning time than American teachers do. So if we want to compare it to the European model, let's go all the way.
And I'm sorry, was I going to cut you off? Sorry. I'm going to jump in too and just say, we're probably going to, just looking at the plan time. We did a lot of work on this last year. We're going to probably doing some more work on this year, but especially with our elementary school teachers, they have very little time during the day that they have just to sit down and try to implement and what is this year a brand new curriculum. So I know that they felt like they were drowning between new math curriculum and new, I think it's a reading program. and they were really struggling, hence why we had the 3 non-contact days this year that we bargained for them, so they could actually have time to sit down and be thoughtful and have conversations and try to prepare resources. And can I wrap my head around it as a teacher? How am I going to then present this to students to make it effective and to make sure that the new curriculum is successful? And I was listening to Dr. Kim earlier, and she was sort of talking about this, and that we have to be thoughtful about targeted use of the time and of our resources. And less is sometimes more, and more is less. So looking at that, having more time in a classroom with less time to plan might not be as effective, because you haven't had time to really think through what you're doing. You're just throwing stuff out because you got to teach. But if you have more time to sit down and do research on your own, to have conversations with colleagues, to look up and say, hey, administrator, I need some help. How am I supposed to implement this? Then when you do get in front of those kids in that classroom, it is really effective and it's time well spent. And so that's what we're looking for, is that the time spent with our students is as effective and as successful as possible. And in addition, we know we've been through a couple of tough years, and that we are trying to address some learning gaps. And that's not going to happen on the fly. That needs to be happening in concert with levels above, levels below, research experts. How do we best address this and plan for that?
Well, and I just wanted to add, compensation and plan time are always two of our biggest things that come out of our survey. It's always the two things that educators say that they need. But last year, one of our goals was to try to have more equity between secondary and elementary in planning time. But when we were doing our research, we also found that middle school educators were really struggling with getting their full amount of plan time too. We do think that having consistent start and end times will probably address some of these issues. But I actually was speaking to Superintendent Dorland about this. I think, and Colin did a really good job talking about it, but we just need to be really thoughtful. We have some schools that are doing PLCs, DDIs, and learning labs. I don't think you need to do all three, and if you're doing all three, are you doing them well? So I think you can pick one and do it really well and meet the needs of your students, but then also have that time. If you decide to do learning labs, what you're learning in those learning labs, and implement it in your classroom and put it into your planning thoughtfully. So I think, it's a problem amongst all grade levels, but elementary and middle were really struggling with meeting their minutes and planning. And, some secondary or some high schools as well.
Another thing that's definitely impacted us these last couple of years is the sub shortage. You may go to school and find out you lost your planning time, and you had planned on that planning time to be prepared to teach or to grade things that you wanted to give back and work with students on. And so we can't even go to school knowing for sure that we're going to have that planning time, especially on a Friday. And then with our elementary schools, I think it's important to remember that a lot of times when our educators have time to plan, they're in their specials. And we need to make sure we're funding our specials, make sure we're not overwhelming them. So we don't want to give our classroom teachers plan time at the expense of our specials, but just make sure that we're elevating the importance of spending time with music or spending time outside and the effects we know that has on the brain. Everything can't be solved sitting at a desk. They need that time. They need those other experiences. I teach psychology, so the brain is really cool. They need all of these things to create a brain that's full of all kinds of connections. So that's, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have one more question and then I'll pass it on. And that is, did you in your survey ask any questions specifically about the new start time next year?
No, we did ask if they preferred early starts or I'm sorry, late starts or early releases, whatever that was. But it's kind of 50-50 on some of that too. It just depended on the educator, I think so. And I don't have that data right in front of me, but yeah, we didn't ask about that.
Okay. Have you gotten any unsolicited feedback on the new schedules from any specific schools or levels of schools?
Yes. Have you, Mary?
Okay. All right. If you want to keep working on that and then give us feedback, that would be good too. Thanks.
Great. Other directors, questions, comments? Yep, Director Varda.
Thank you for being here. I think the data makes us all worried, so I think we share your concerns and hear you. I have two kind of specific questions about things that you presented. One on the SBB model. I was wondering if you could be more specific. You said 100%, across the board has been bad feedback or nobody supports it. Are you referring to SBB as a model or the new revised formulas that have been presented?
The formulas that have been presented, but also in the old model too, it has been punitive. I've seen it be punitive at the schools. Even before I worked at Wheat Ridge, I worked in Denver and we had SBB, and I'm like a disease. Or is your school going to lose kids? Because I'll be there. That's what it's starting to feel like. But it is punitive. So, we're trying to attract kids, and with SBB in any model, then we lose programs. So like we had to cut our catering program and our foods program and all of our, I'm so old, I want to think home ec, I always have to translate, facts. Thank you. But our kids loved that program and it got cut. And so are we attracting those kids? No, they're going to schools that have a facts program. So it has been punitive since the get-go, and the new model is punitive as well.
I guess what I'm wondering is, can you talk more about what about the new model is particularly troublesome?
I've been doing a lot of building visits, and I've been hitting. There's been a lot of schools that have had to make FTE cuts, so full-time employees. They're having to cut a lot of full-time employees with the new formula, and I'm hearing especially from middle schools. Middle schools are getting hit really hard, but and I had a recent discussion with a high school too, and it seems to be hitting high schools too.
So I just want to clarify, the new model is shifting resources aligned to the two goals around at-risk funding and the size equity factor, so that the largest schools aren't having to pay back as much. And we were able to make those two shifts because of the closure of the 16 schools. The impacts that schools are feeling, and I know they're feeling them. I know Dave is meeting with middle school principals soon to talk through this. And we have some enrollment reserve funds, not a lot, but we're holding on to those until all schools can finish their budgets so that we can look across all schools and try to allocate where we need to support people who are feeling a lot of pain. And we know a lot of that's in the middle schools, and I appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you. But what we're feeling in terms of the reductions has less to do with the changes to the model. It may be in some places just given where there are gainers and givers. What we're feeling is declining enrollment. And so as an example, I talked to a middle school last week where they're sending 300 kiddos from 8th grade to the high school in the Arctic area. And based on conversations with, and their sort of October count from last year and conversations with their articulation elementaries, they're planning on 150 sixth graders coming in. So that's a big deal in terms of the amount of dollars that they will then receive through their SBB. And so, we can talk we can talk about different kinds of models besides SBB. At the end of the day, it's all the same pot. So it is multiple things that are impacting our schools and causing the reduction in FTE, including declining enrollment, deficit budget, and then of course in some schools, it is the shift of the SBB variables that we've made adjustments on.
And then you also mentioned, sorry, my glasses. A need for more standardized behavioral. Well, I have lack of behavioral standards. Can someone talk about that? Like, what's an example for us in how that would help and what that would look like? I don't remember who. Sorry.
You want to talk about it?
I think what teachers are looking for is a consistent model, right? Not at the whim of discretion. Not that obviously we allow for discretion and we want that, and we don't want to contribute to the school to prison pipeline, and we don't want an excessive number of suspensions. So we want to care for the whole child, but we, I think, believe that part of that whole child care is having realistic expectations and consequences and protecting the time of the mental health professionals in schools so that they can administer to a wider group of children who have needs. And if we could, the hope obviously being if we could standardize some of that can free them up, make the decision making easier and clearer, give a clearer picture to teachers who sometimes feel as though things aren't happening. That would be the hope.
Yeah. No, go ahead. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to speak to the survey too, as well. We did ask some other questions, but I think it really goes along back to our systems and structures, and we need more unified systems and structures and expectations throughout the district, not just in our curriculum, but also in our expectations, right? And the other thing too is we have a discipline matrix, and some schools are really good about looking at that. Some schools don't even know where it's at or how to find it. Still pushing for that A to Z index back on our website. Remember those days, Paula? Okay. But I think that would really help too. And then I'll turn things over.
Yeah, I just want to speak from the preventative side, because I love that Jeffco has the cell position, and as a social emotional learning specialist, I truly believe in teaching behavior that we have to scaffold it, right? Just like all of the other work that we do. And I think that leans into also what you're talking about, plan time, because one of the issues that I've faced as a cell, this is my 4th year, so I came in after the position was already rolling, is that teachers then felt like they're asked to be doing more, even if I print out all of the things that they need, even if I create the slides, I give them all the things, it still requires some amount of plan time to be able to implement direct cell instruction. And so I think that at least when I'm looking at this issue around behavior and disciplinary things, I'm thinking about how are we pre-teaching, how are we teaching, how are we helping them, and then how are we helping them learn from whatever experience they had. And so that I also have a thing with the word consequences. They have to apply to positive and negative. That, right? A consequence of me studying is I do better on the test. And so I really want to encourage us to be thinking about it, the whole scope, the whole breadth. And I'm on the MOU for the mental health safety and retention thing. And I'm concerned about those high schools that are learning that grant funded position. No. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at one of those high schools that we are probably going to lose our cell under the current situation because she's grant funded and she's amazing. And she has the chance to go into classrooms and push in more that our guidance counselors don't have the opportunity to. She's a real asset. She's been helping plan social emotional lessons for us to take back to all of our students. And it's, not necessarily done uniformly across the building. Some teachers are more comfortable than others, but I've found them amazing in just giving me like, oh, okay, yeah, here's a framework, and I'm pretty comfortable with that kind of content. So it's something that I love, having just that little extra support. I think at the high school, another concern is that we don't have anything creative for consequences. When we talk about consequences, it's, okay, a kid can go to ISS or they can be suspended. Those are your options for consequences. And we have an amazing restorative practices dean who's doing a lot of work around there, but we need some in-between consequences. We need some opportunities for students to learn and grow without just sending them home. So, because they're not learning anything at home. So I would love to just see more creative in between so that it actually becomes easier to administer. If your consequence isn't just suspension, like, people don't want to just suspend kids. If we had more things in between, it would be much easier to feel good about assigning those consequences as opposed to depriving students of their education.
Just to jump in here, I want to speak really positively for the behavior matrix. I like it. The only way I can ever find it is by bookmarking it so that it's like right there. But one of the really beneficial things that it does is it clarifies who's responsible for what, so that there's less confusion, and that way there's fewer individual judgments that create that inconsistency. Like, it would be it is a really powerful tool for systemness. That said, like restorative practices, MTSS, all the other acronyms and all the alphabet soup, the devil really is in the implementation details. So a lot of us are really we're hopeful that increased kind of systemic cohesion will lead to some of these implementation kinks being ironed out. That said, we're excited to keep working together on that.
Thank you. Director Reed.
All right. On those lines, I've been pastoring, and I'm going to be meeting with Dr. Kim and with Tara and some other folks about restorative practices, because it's something I'm super passionate about. If we do it effectively, it's great stuff, and if it's done halfway, it's the pits. So just so you know, there's deep interest here on the board when it comes to that. A couple of questions. One, when it comes to PLCs and professional development specifically, I am very interested in hearing from you guys periodically about how teachers are feeling about the training that they're getting for the new curriculum that they're getting. Because the idea is, especially with the elementary schools with reading and math, is that they're not having to do all that outside research, and they're not having to go scrambling to find resources. It's supposed to all be there. And are they learning how to use it effectively? And if they're not, what is impeding that? And so I think that's something that in particular, because we were just talking about data earlier and curiosity about, are the new curricula that we're implementing resulting, giving us better results? And if not, what do we need to do? What do we need to tweak? And I think one of the things I think is most important is, do teachers feel like they know how to implement it effectively? So I would like to hear sort of updates, and maybe not to the board even, maybe to district staff, but just so that they know, are you getting what you need to get, and how do we get that feedback to the district? So that's not so much a question, but just kind of something to think about. The other thing that I'm interested in hearing more about as you go, because Brooke, you said, if you want to hear more throughout the year, is when it comes to the diversity of our workforce. A couple of things. One, it's a bummer that it is stagnant when our student population is not. I'm curious about whether or not it's stagnant throughout the state, because if it is, that's a different issue or not a different issue, but that it is something that matters when we look at Jeffco. Because if it's not stagnant in the state and it is stagnant in Jeffco, then that is us, and we got to figure that out. So I'm interested in that. And you talked about that there are changes that you want to make, and that you want our support and our encouragement of those changes. And so I would like to know what those changes are that you're recommending, and how can we support them. And so some more specifics, and that may also be something that develops over time.
Well, it also outlines in the article that within the EAC, one of you needs to be present at our meetings as well. So you will be updated, as if all or a few of you want to show up to meetings. We're still getting those in line with Tara Pena and Theo Shaw, who are fantastic to work with. But yeah, you will definitely be hearing from us because we need you there. So yes, but yeah, thank you very much for recommending the suggestion about seeing it through the entire state, because just knowing personally and hearing stories from not just educated color, but people of color who do move here. Now I am a little concerned if it is a statewide issue, a broader issue, but still, that we're at Jeffco, we could lead the way, we could lead and show the direction. That it doesn't matter if it's a statewide issue. We are changing it here in our district.
Oh, absolutely. I absolutely agree with that. I'm not suggesting we go, if it's happening in the whole state, I guess we can't do anything about it. But I also think it's important to know, is it us? But yeah, if it is the state, then maybe that's when we draw in CEA and we say we need more guidance and more support from you statewide about how do we attract a more diverse workforce across the state.
All right, we've got about 10 minutes. Dr. Miller?
Yes, thank you all for coming. I just want to follow up on that point. And I think there was a CPR article last Thursday I listened to about a gentleman in Denver. And I think he also has a online podcast regularly. But talked about attracting teachers of color, and then the challenge is retaining. And it's not necessarily, as he described it, a district retention. It's a school retention as well, and how the school environment and culture supports teachers of different ethnicities. And so that would be one thing I'd like to be cognizant of, is how are we in our schools thinking about how we are honoring different ethnicities and attracting people to Jeffco. That would be one thing. And it's not really a question, it's more of a statement of what I gathered from that article last week. But I would also like to say, if it's not a state issue, or if it is partially, are there pockets in Colorado that are doing this well? And how do we learn from them? Because it's easy to say it could be a Jeffco thing, or it could be, the reason we're not attracting is because of X. And so how do we address X? And that to me is helpful in how we start going about addressing the challenge. So I don't know if you guys have done any research on that, or if you've thought about how we can identify best practices. That would be helpful.
We're in discussions of that right now. And one of the things that one of our goals also is we feel that would attract but also retain is making sure that every educator, every admin, every person within Jeffco has had some sort of diversity training around systemic biases and whatnot, so that we're all kind of on the same page and getting the same message as to what is acceptable in our buildings and surroundings, and the behavior and treatment. I think that in itself can retain many educators, because that's a lot. When asked questions to them why they leave, that's a lot of the reason why they're not treated fairly, or things are said to them that truly anger them or frustrate them or concern them. So why would they want to stay? So that is one of our focuses. As far as retaining as well, or attracting, we feel like with the ombudsman role, for example, that we do have someone who is more of a neutral party to hear the concerns of our educators of color and educators across the board, is building more of a trusting relationship within our district. So we already are slowly getting there, just by being able to show that we have those things, and most districts don't have those yet. So again, we're kind of leading the path. We're not like saying it's just us or whatnot, but I really do feel like we're building that now, and that's the process. Is what are the things we're going to focus on in our next meeting? If you're more than welcome to come, and I can bring that up, and we can discuss that further.
That'd be great. Thank you. Going back to earlier discussion about funding and money and more pay and more benefit contributions or support. I think going back to Superintendent Dorland's statement of we've lost 7,000 children in the past 5 years. You multiply that by $9,000, $10,000, that's a significant amount of money. And it changes how we deliver education. And so I would be asking what solutions you all have above and beyond. I understand the compensation. I understand the cost of benefits. I lived through it as well. You get a raise and inflation takes it away, and I can't find eggs. So, which really irritates me. But that's another thing. But I think we have to realize that we are a declining district, and we have to work together to figure out how we address that. And we realize that we're not going to be able to keep the same number of staff. We're not going to be able to keep the same structures in the buildings. So we have to be thoughtful, I think, coming together as how we put our schools together to serve children with the finite resources that we have. And that, we've gone through 16 schools that we've had to close. We know that there's potentially more to come. And I would rather be working with you all trying to find solutions than having it punitive and saying you owe us more money. That's great, but we don't have the same students and same structures in place. So I don't know if anybody wants to address that. And then I have another question along with that. You mentioned subs. Yeah, I'm sorry, subs.
I think part of it is that, our request for going from a fixed contribution towards benefits to a percentage-based contribution of benefits, just so that we all feel like we're sharing that as a partnership. And then looking for, whenever the person who was in here who said that her husband has the exact same plan for $200 or $250 that would cost $1,000 in the district. Are we doing everything we can to negotiate the best possible deals for our educators? And then, of course, we need to get rid of the BS factor.
Okay, and that's fair. Okay.
Just to add to that too, I know we use a broker, and we do pay that broker some money. Locked in. One of the ideas that I had, so that we have skin in the game, is hiring someone that has been a broker to be our broker and takes our insurance, so that they have incentive to bargain better benefits for us.
I do want to clarify that if somebody who works for a different organization pays $250 a month for a family of 3, and we're paying over $1,000, it doesn't necessarily mean that the overall premium that's being paid to the same insurance company is different. It just means that the employer is contributing more, most likely. When you look at like the state employees, they have the same sort of plans that we have around Kaiser and things like that. They don't necessarily pay less for insurance as a whole, but the state is contributing more to the benefit, the insurance benefit as part of the compensation package. And we are happy to have that conversation for sure at the bargaining table with you guys. I believe that benefits is exactly that, a benefit, right? And, we will be connecting with other districts as well to just say, like, what are you noticing in terms of the rate increases that you're seeing? Because we want to fight for our employees to get the best rates possible, for sure. We definitely have that as a shared interest. But I just want to clarify that I don't believe it's that a bunch of other organizations are getting better rates, period, in terms of the overall premium. I think the employers are probably in a different position to contribute more to the cost, the monthly cost.
We do recognize that healthcare is also a bigger problem, right? I mean, it's a nationwide problem, and there's a problem here in Colorado, but we could work together on ideas on how to solve that at a state level and looking into, but Kay did offer you a solution. And, I think the BS factor is the tip of the iceberg. And I think the next thing we need to start looking at is Tabor.
Can we, sorry, because I have a couple things I'd like to get to.
Can I just ask one
before
question?
I just wanted to, yeah.
And this doesn't have to be answered right away, but we've been talking a lot this evening about student growth. Our kids are far behind. I think we all recognize that, and they were falling behind even before COVID hit. MAP data, CMAS, ACT, SAT, whatever framework we have, ASVAB, all of them, we've been struggling, and I think we can acknowledge that. I would like to know, you said at the very beginning with bargaining, we improve student learning outcomes, and I'd like to understand how that happens, because I'd like to understand if we give more PLC time, if we provide more planning at the different levels, et cetera. What is the benefit for our children that we should be able to measure? And we don't have to have the answer tonight because that's a longer conversation. But to me, that's the impact for our students is how does this all impact our kids for better outcomes so that when they walk out the door and AI is eating our lunch, they're able to participate in that economy. So that's where I'm coming from and how we're talking about the bargaining and what's in it for children.
Okay. I first of all thank you all for being here. It is greatly appreciated, and I think ongoing. I know I owe you an email, by the way. I keep looking at you, going, "Oh my gosh, I owe her an email back." I know it's just my guilty conscience. It's critically important. It's not just helpful. It's critically important that we continue having these kinds of conversations. I have, I guess, sort of a comment and then kind of question for Ms. Gallagher, what you were talking about with Article 22 and some of the district-wide training that committee will be approaching. What I've noticed over especially the past year, though I'm quite sure it's been happening for longer than a year, is when we talk about sort of that consistency in defining like what is time mean for teachers and how is it used. I think it's the same challenge that we have when we talk about some of these definitions that have become very politically charged. And I've seen a response sometimes from community members. They see something online because social media shouldn't exist, and then are kind of enraged about it. And I really see that there's such a value in creating this sort of safe space for all employees, for all students, through the work that we can do together through the Equity Accountability Committee. So I think part of that is creating that shared sense of how are we defining this? And I think the board has started that work and sort of this level of it through our ends and changing some of that language to make sure that the values and some of that language around equity and inclusion and how we want to see and have reflected identities within our district is really important to us. So that's my first statement, is that I really hope that through that work, that creating those sort of shared definitions of what that work will look like can be a bridging moment, because I feel like I have seen district employees being really torn down, and it is heartbreaking to me. So what I'm curious about as we move forward, when we think about sort of that district-wide and kind of creating a standard around shared understanding of some of those things, what kind of work is that committee doing in order to identify, like, what should that training be? What does it look like? I mean, how does that, in your estimation, from EMO's perspective, how does that move forward?
So in our meeting, our last meeting, we discussed things like even having our ombudsman, who is very well versed and has his own trainings that he's implementing currently at certain schools. Asking him kind of to do the trainings either amongst a group of us personally so that we can start to train others as well, rather more of like a voluntary, hopefully a paid like role. But we're just the discussions. We're trying to figure that out right now. It's very preliminary. However, there is research that we know that Tara Pena has also brought to the table from having her personal experiences as well in other districts, that she's been gracious enough to show us and talk about at great lengths. So it's just, I mean, we're preliminary, but we're moving towards there. Our goal, honestly, is that we want to have something set and ready to go by the beginning of the next school year, this upcoming school year, because the sooner we can start this, the better. And we can hit all of our new incoming teachers that we hopefully get to hire, but also really focus on making sure that our admin and all of our principals are getting a message right now, clear that this is supposed to be sent to all of our schools in some fashion, and then it's coming, but not in a negative way, in a positive way, because this is supposed to implement, an inclusive community amongst all of us, including those that are yelling out loudest on social media, because I know who you're referring. But even those, we welcome them to come in as well, because it's important they understand and hear what the message is we're trying to send. It's not about, we're the ones who are the best or should be treated. We all need to treat each other a certain way. So
I think going back to the conversations that we've been having today, and Director Miller alluded to this as well, that all of this is linked to making this the best it can be for students. And this is really critical work in that space as well, to be able to impact positively growth and achievement. So are there other questions or items that folks want to bring up? I know we're running late, so I can't believe I asked that question, but I did it, so it's out there.
President Schooley, can I just...
Where are you? Oh, I was like, hello? Okay, yes.
Can I just add just a final comment and follow up to the conversation around some of the work around the Equity Accountability Committee? And just want to bring line of sight and let folks know that actually our cabinet team is going to be engaging in some professional learning, being led by our Equity and Community Partnership team that really is around values-based leadership grounded in equity. It's really important, and we talk about that top-down approach that we, as a cabinet team, district leadership really began to model the way and building our capacity and common language around our commitment to equity. So that training is actually scheduled for next Friday. On the 10th, and so that will be led by our team here, and really know that our commitment and our work in entering into educational equity is really going to be grounded in outcomes that we can measure, and that we're really going to try to stay away from the train and pray approach, that we're just going to train our way to a more equitable community. As you know, that the work that we have defined in our strategic plan is really about creating a culture of belonging, and not only is that for our students, but that's for our employees as well. And so this work will be in partnership with the Equity Accountability Committee about creating an equity framework and gathering data around where we can ensure best practice, starting obviously with that coalition of willing. We've had some great ideas around engaging with our diversity liaisons and other stakeholders, but it really is going to be both a top-down and a bottom-up approach, where we're going to really link arms, create some common language, and attach it to a framework where we have some guiding tenets around some achievable outcomes for our students, in really looking at where we're have underrepresentation of students, where we have under-identification of students, and how we create that culture of belonging for both our students and our employees. But just want to know that we're starting with values-based leadership with our cabinet team, and really appreciate the partnership with EMOT and the work and the outcomes to come with the Equity Accountability Committee.
Thank you, Ms. Pena. All right, Superintendent?
I just want to say thank you. We have thank you to Brooke for partnering with me and our team on many things. I think our relationship this year is in a very different place than it was when I first got here. And I'm very, very grateful for that. It's an important relationship to me. And I appreciate the time you all are taking outside of your workday to be here to speak to our board. It's so important. And I have to say to each and every single one of you that all the things you talked about tonight are similar interests to what we're talking about. And so that gives me a lot of hope for what we're going to be able to accomplish this spring and in the years to come. And so just big time gratitude from me as superintendent in terms of the partnership and your willingness to not just come here and say, things that are going well, but really in a very respectful way. Also talk about the challenges that are facing our educators, because we need to be able to hear that and work with you to make progress. So thank you. And then I just have to say to our board, thank you also for the really, I think, intentional questions and probing that you did, because I feel like as I just sat back and watched and tried not to jump in too much, which is very hard for me, just so you know, the questions you asked, you probably didn't notice it, but the questions you all asked really led to a very rich conversation that I think gave me more information about the experience of what's happening on the ground. And that's very helpful for me as I think about how to go back with the team and work on some ways forward that hopefully address some of the things that we all need to do and want to do together. So thank you and thank you.
Well, and I just wanted to respond to Ms. Miller. When we talk about bargaining, we're really sitting down and we're advocating for student learning conditions and our working conditions. And it is a team effort. We sit down with the district and we have mutual interests. We have mutual items that we look at. But there's interest on both sides and of creating the best Jeffco that we possibly can for our students. And that's what we do at the bargaining table. When I visit schools, I'm preparing for bargaining, it's not just the survey and the data. I mean, it's great for these types of discussions. But when I go to schools and I get the chance to talk to educators, I also ask principals, can I follow up with you? And here's trends that I'm hearing in your building. Here's some suggestions. How can we partner in fixing some of these things? But the other thing is I also ask, what does your school need? What can we advocate for at the bargaining table to make things better for your students? And, you as a professional, what kind of professional development are you not getting? And you can see that our board of directors, it embodies what we want in our educators, right? We have a professional practice chair. We have an early career educator chair. We have a communications chair. And it's really about setting the expectations and rising to what we want our educators to be in that contract. It's a good reminder for all of us. So, and I mean, there's data out there too, but that's how I would address that right now.
Great. Well, thank you again. Have a wonderful rest of your evening. Thanks for spending this quality time with us. And and we look forward to ongoing conversations. Thanks a bunch. And I am going to email you back. It's internal pressure. Okay. So we're going to wait for 1 second. Okay. We're gonna take a quick 10-minute break, and I understand that we're running late, so I apologize for that. But we're gonna do this so we can transition and not get hangry. So Yeah. So we'll be back in 10 minutes at 6:30. We'll reconvene or before 6:30, and then we'll get going again. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate it. All right, welcome back, everyone, and thanks for everyone's patience. We're moving on in our agenda to talk about charter school renewals. So during this presentation, the Board of Education will receive information on upcoming charter school renewals that will be voted on at the February 9th board meeting. Representatives from the charter schools that are up for renewal are present to answer questions. The District Accountability Committee chair is also present to address their recommendation on this topic in preparation for the vote on February 9th. Superintendent Dorland, is there anything you wanted to add before we turn it over to Mr. Weiss and friends?
I would just like to say thank you to all of the charter folks who are here today, and really appreciate the partnership with all of you, and excited to have this conversation and have a moment to talk about your incredible work with students with our Board of Education. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Weiss.
All right, board members, thank you. We're here to talk about the charter renewals that are up for discussion this year. I want to introduce two individuals here who are going to really run the presentation, and we're here available to answer questions. Ms. Pena and I are liaisons to the DAC, the District Accountability Committee, who has a subcommittee that reviews charter renewal applications. Jeff Baucom is here as the charter chair subcommittee chair, charter subcommittee chair. And then Tom McMillan is here. Tom is our community superintendent who oversees charters. He also supports charters in their renewal application process. And so Jeff and Tom are going to present to us tonight, and they'll explain our new process with DAC as well as the renewal applications that are in front of you tonight.
Thanks, Dave. Thank you, members, for having us here tonight, just to cast a little bit of background for you and talk about a new process which we've engaged in with Mr. Baucom this year for the first time. So we'll talk a little bit about that. I also want to, as Superintendent Dorland said, I want to thank and acknowledge our charter folks, our representatives here from the three schools that we're going to be talking about tonight. Tonight we're talking about Compass Montessori Golden, we're talking about Excel Academy, and we're talking about Woodrow Wilson. And so we have the principals from each of those schools and their board chairs and others here who are available to answer questions. So everybody say hi. There they are. So they've made themselves available to answer questions and provide you any background or any input that you need in connection with our study session tonight. I also want to embarrass somebody, which is that Carol Partusek, who is the principal of Woodrow Wilson, has been nominated as a finalist by the Colorado League of Charter Schools for Administrator of the Year. And so we're all crossing our fingers that one of our own gets that glory. So just wanted to acknowledge and thank Carol for her decades of hard work. So with that, what I'd like to do is, if it's okay with Dave, hand this over to Jeff Baucom, who can talk about the new process that we engaged in this year with the DAC Charter Subcommittee. Ask Jeff to kind of walk you through this first slide or so, and then we'll talk about each of the schools individually and answer questions.
Thanks, Tom. And thanks for letting us, the DAC, be here tonight. I will tell you that this is a new process for us, but I was amazed at how excited the DAC was to participate in this space. There was an incredible amount of interest and participation both within the subcommittee and the DAC itself. So again, thank you for that. This was fun for us, so I appreciate that. The process really was fairly straightforward. We elicited a group of individuals from the DAC to join our subcommittee. After that, as the applications came in, we reviewed them and then let me say this first. What we actually did was meet first about the rules and expectations of the committee. Charter schools are different, and so we wanted to make sure that the people on the committee had a good understanding of what charter schools were and kind of how they worked within the district. So that was we kind of really laid the groundwork, I think, in a good way that way. After that, we reviewed the individual applications one by one. And then we had a really unique opportunity is after we did that initial review, we were able to submit questions back to these fine people back here, and they were amazing in their responses. Not only were they thoughtful, they did it in a very quick manner to allow us to keep to our timeline. And we are having been able to do that even just that little bit of back and forth really helped enhance our recommendations and our understanding where the schools were. So that was a key opportunity for us. And then after that, we did a final proposal by the subcommittee. We then presented to the DAC for a full vote. Fairly straightforward.
So again, I want to reiterate and thank Jeff for this new process. The DAC has never been involved in charter renewals previously. They've always been involved in new applications. And so this is a new process. We learned a lot
going through it. We're implementing some of the things that we've learned already. And so we can expect that this will be an ongoing process going forward. And Jeff and I have already talked about how to refine things and make them better. So it's a parallel process that we engaged in this year with the DAC. This process is not new. The process by which staff goes through and examines each of the individual renewal applications. We propound questionnaires to each of the different departments. Some of the departments being, safety and security, the academic folks. We ask finance, of course, how the financial prospects for each of these renewing schools look. So it's a relatively deep dive among staff internally, and so what you see here before you is a parallel process with what the DAC went through and what staff goes through. So staff has provided some recommendations to Cabinet and to Superintendent Dorland, and we're anticipating seeing those move forward next week. Questions about the staff renewal process at this point? Nope. Okay. So what I'd like to do is just kind of go through these real quick for you. And this is on a pretty high level. We have given you some additional, more detailed information and visited with people about that as well. So this is on a pretty high level. And there's always more information that can be available to you on each of these schools if you're interested in more detail. So first, let's talk about Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson, located up in Westminster off of 94th. It was founded in 1999. They have K-8 enrollment at the building of about 500, and they also have homeschool support programs throughout the district. There are 3 of them for about an additional 300 homeschool students that are also supported by Woodrow Wilson. As all of the schools that we're talking about tonight have been rated performance on the state school performance framework. And Woodrow Wilson uses a core knowledge scope and sequence for grades K through 8, along with Saxon math, FOSS science, Wonders reading, those kinds of things. In addition, one thing that's really unique about Woodrow Wilson is that they have electives that are offered at every grade level in the areas of technology, art, music, physical education, and Spanish. And their middle school is particularly interesting. I can't speak to it, but if you want to know about the 60 some odd, I think, electives that they offer to their middle school students, it's quite a story and very, very unusual, very interesting. Academics look great for Woodrow Wilson. They all demonstrate achievement that looks really wonderful as compared to the district and the state. They receive a meets for academic achievement and growth, and exceeds for some of their middle kids in English language arts. They're, interestingly enough and importantly, their middle school minority students also achieved a rating of exceeds in academic growth for ELA. So that's really important to point out as well. And if I'm going too fast, slow me down, but I'm interested in saving you time, and I know you need to eat your dinner too. So the DAC recommends that Woodrow Wilson be extended a 5-year contract, and also staff recommends that we extend a 5-year contract to Woodrow Wilson. Okay to move on?
Board, if it's okay with you all, we can go through the presentation and then ask questions, and if there are folks from each of these schools that want to answer them, we can invite them to come up. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Okay, so moving on to Compass Montessori. Compass Montessori is a little bit unusual because, as you know, they have 2 campuses, one in Golden and one in Wheat Ridge, and they actually have 2 separate charter contracts. So you might be thinking, well, what happened to Wheat Ridge? Well, we renewed Wheat Ridge just recently, a year or 2 ago, and so now it's Golden's turn. So it's kind of a historical quirk that Dr. Galen can speak to if you're interested in that. So this is the school, as many of you have visited out there. It's kind of out in the hinterlands a little bit in Golden. This is where the farm school is for their middle school kids. It's founded in 2002. Their current enrollment at the Golden campus, PK-12, is 422. So this is the campus that has high school at it. Wheat Ridge does not. So again, they are very faithful to the Montessori method, multi-age settings, alignment with planes of development, preschool all the way through elementary, and then this methodology of hands-on learning experiences continues right into high school. And the high school kids are amazing. It's not unusual, I think I said this maybe on the next slide, it's not unusual or uncommon for Compass students who begin as preschoolers to graduate from Compass. It's so fun to see. Every year at their graduation, and you've been to those, Madam Chair, every year at their graduation they have kids stand up who had been there since preschool, and it's generally it's a majority of graduating kids. So it's a great fun community for them. Academic progress is shown across grades in consistent with the Montessori philosophy. 80% of third grade students are reading at or above benchmark standards. Again, they're a performance school, and I mentioned that preschoolers tend to stay there and graduate from there. So again, the DAC's recommendation was for a 5-year renewal, and staff's recommendation is for a 5-year renewal. Next, let's talk about Excel Academy. Excel is up on 84th Avenue, up in the Arvada area, founded in 1995. Their enrollment is K-8. They have approximately 477 kids enrolled right now, K-8. Again, they're a performance school on the state SPF. They use McGraw-Hill Wonders for K-5 and StudySync for 6-8. They also use social studies and science materials from McGraw-Hill, and they're currently using Envision Math, which they adopted within the last 5 years for their curriculum. For their academics, once again, academics look great for Excel. They use the same district assessments 3 times a year as neighborhood schools do. They use DIBELS for grades K3 as part of the READ Act, like everyone does. Approximately 59% of Excel students met or exceeded standards in ELA for 21-22, and 43% met or exceeded standards in CMAS math testing for 21-22, so they're looking good there. And again, Excel students demonstrate consistently strong academics across the board. So once again, DAC recommends a 5-year renewal, and staff recommends a 5-year renewal. So that is a very short and sweet rundown of our 3 renewing schools for tonight. And I'm happy to answer any questions. I know Jeff is happy to answer any questions. And of course, we have the real experts back here who are happy to answer your questions as well.
Great. Thank you so much. Is there anything you wanted to add before I move forward? I think I forgot to ask you before. All right. You're welcome. Board, this is our opportunity to ask questions and get clarification before our vote that is next week. Is there any board member that would like to begin? Yep, Director Miller.
Could you, and I don't know if it's you, Tom, or if it's the crowd in the back, the number of kiddos that you all are able to serve, and what your utilization level is. So, for example, if you have a capacity for 500, are you at 500? Are you at 450? How are you all holding on with your students in terms of expectations?
Do each of the principals want to answer that? Dr. Galen?
Otherwise, the vast listening audience can't hear you.
If you'd introduce yourself, that'd be great.
You just push this little button. Yeah, there you go. You kind of have to, jump up on it. But
I'm Dr. Cameron Galen. I'm the executive director for Compass Montessori School. My Golden campus is incredibly overcrowded. That building was designed for 88 farm schoolers and 88 high schoolers. Sorry, farm school, middle school. Farm school is how we refer to middle school. So just shy of 200 students. And as you saw, I have 422 students in that building. It's tricky because we're on a 6-acre campus, and from the outside, it looks like a lot of space. But we could use a lot more square footage. And to be totally frank, also some redesign with the square footage that we have. It's not all being utilized optimally, but we could certainly use more space. We're very crowded up there in Golden.
I'm Carol Bartusik. I'm the principal at Woodrow Wilson Academy. We have, as Tom mentioned, a homeschool component to us, and then our traditional, more like brick and mortar school. Brick and mortar, we have 500, and that is our capacity. So we are there. Just to let you guys know, might be interesting to you too. Going through round 1. Choice enroll. Our board had made a commitment to adding in kids as a priority line for the schools that are closing. All of our openings that we did have, are filled with closing schools. So they're finding a home at Woodrow, which is really nice. Regarding our homeschool program, we've been as high as about 450. That was pre-COVID, and then COVID hit. So we're at about 300 right now there. So we have capacity at those different locations throughout Jeffco. One's in Westminster, one's in Lakewood, one's up in Evergreen. So we have capacity there, and but not in our brick and mortar.
Can I ask you a real quick question? Just to follow up with
Yeah.
for that. You have 3 homeschool campuses then?
Yes.
In those different locations?
Yes.
And they would be able to support 400 homeschoolers? Or 500?
All in? Yeah, about 500.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Great, thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
Our building is not that big. I'm Dr. Susan Marie Farman. I'm the executive director at Excel Academy. We have consistently been close to or around or just over 500 in our number of students. As in working with my board, and this is my second year at the school, we've found that the sweet spot for us is somewhere between 500 and 521. We've shifted the staffing model a little bit this year to focus and going forward to add more classes at the lower grade level. So for kinder and first, we have 3 classrooms in kinder, 3 classrooms in first grade to keep the numbers of students at 20. We have found that after COVID and with preschool being impacted and childcare being impacted the way it was important for us to have fewer students in those classrooms, and then para support and teacher support be really specific and strategic. And families have responded to that. This last year, the year we're in now, our kindergarten did not fill the way we had hoped that it would, but our enrollment coming in right now is. So we'll have the 3 kinders, and that'll be able to go forward. We've been strategic in the past. It seems that the message was that they would try to increase the size of middle school. But what we find in a K-8 is that it's better if we have those students continue through our school, and pulling in people just to build a middle school bigger isn't necessarily helpful. In terms of building capacity, we have a beautiful extension that's in its second year. And I know you were there with me touring it and touching all the colors. And it's lovely, but we also need to be mindful of how it's used and be really strategic with that. And we've also made a commitment to families to keep the numbers of middle school students a little bit lower than you might see in some schools. And so we don't want more than 60 students per grade, 6th, 7th, and 8th, because we want to know them. And especially after COVID, we find that there's a lot of social emotional work we need to do with students, and we can do that better if we have fewer students, but we know them deeper.
Other questions? Director Parker? Oh, I didn't know if I thought you were, excuse me, I'm muting.
I do. I just want to thank everybody that's sitting at the table there for their participation in this presentation. I did attend the remote DAC meeting, so I got the full presentation that was given to DAC from this subcommittee. And I just want to say that I am familiar with Montessori, and actually from this particular Golden Montessori campus. And I'm so excited to learn more about them. These schools are not in my district, so I wasn't familiar with them before, but this information is so helpful, and it's so exciting to see these 3 schools that are thriving, and that they're an option for our students, and actually students outside the district as well. So thank you so much for this information.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. I just have one question for you, and that is, moving forward, what are the areas in which you feel like we can partner either more effectively, or what's working well, and what would you like to see happen moving forward, besides renewal, but like other than that, in terms of partnership with the district?
Sure. This is my 18th year in Jeffco. Our partnership with the district as a whole has been incredible. I think I very much appreciate it. We felt very supported by Jeffco. We felt very much like, well, it is a family, always included. I mean, I have to take a moment to call out Jeff Pearson and safety and security. Honestly, I have no idea what we would do without it. I would have a nervous breakdown probably. But all of the Jeffco systems of support, structure, finance has always helped us. You know, it has really felt like, oh, we can always call somebody at Jeffco. I actually, through the League of Charter Schools, I was asked to testify on the bill that was going forward for charter schools to be able to opt out of special education services. And even though philosophically, I think that that's should pass for charter schools in general, I declined to testify on that because I feel like a charter school in Jeffco should not opt out of anything that's being offered because our support has been so great. And I think my only hope is that that can continue and we can continue to be part of that family. You know, our kids are Jeffco kids. It has always felt that way. Our preschoolers are Jeffco preschoolers. And so my only hope would be that that can continue because it has been truly wonderful. And Tom is so incredible. He's always there, like, you know, a text message away. So yeah, it's been great. And yeah, we're very appreciative. We know it's a lot and we appreciate those supports.
And I think I have the same sentiments as Cameron. I'm a former Aurora Public School traditional public school teacher and a Jeffco public school teacher. I taught at Everett Middle. And so I am just such a firm believer in just all kids are our kids. It's one of our 5 key beliefs at Woodrow that we go through with our teachers. It's not just about the kids you're teaching, but it's about everybody at Woodrow. And I feel the same way for Jeffco. All kids are our kids. And so I really, truly, just like I'm sure Dr. Farman's going to say too, we value the relationships. I would say in response directly to your question too, there's a lot of new people in Jeffco. I've been here for a really long time as well. And I value and I'm a firm believer in relationships. So just being able to continue those relationships, meet the new people in the different departments and inform that, I think is just invaluable for us. I think it's invaluable for the district as a whole to know who we are and what we do. I invite any of you guys to come see our school. I'm happy to show it off, and I'm highly biased that I think we have a great program. I think we have 3 great programs here. I would hope every principal would think that, but I'm happy to share that so that you know who we are too, because I just think it's important when decisions are made. So that's what I would say. Yeah.
I would just ditto all of those things. I think I want to speak on behalf of my amazing staff. I would love to see more opportunities to have their work elevated. Right now, there's an opportunity on some Tuesdays where we can put in some things about our staff and have some recognition. I think it's really important to them not to feel so segregated from the larger Jeffco community in that way, and to know that their work as teachers is valued. Sometimes there's a narrative that runs that we pick our kids, which we don't. They're all our kids. And if we have leadership integrity, all the kids who want to come here, come here. And our teachers work hard, and sometimes without all the resources or people that we may need at a moment's notice. And I think recognizing that for them is huge. And I think the second piece that we experienced this year is feeling that they're also a part of professional development in intentional ways and with attention to the affective part of that work. And that means that when speakers are speaking about the work that's happening, that it isn't, well, but unless you're a charter person because you guys don't use data, or, you know, some of the things that sometimes come out, and then I have crying people in my office and I have to tell them you're valued and you matter, and I'm petting a lot of sweaters. And so that would be my push, is that I get to see their work every day, and I am someone who holds an exceptionally high bar, and I am uncompromising in what I believe to be the importance of education. And that means that they're working really hard all the time. And that recognition, while it may be a certificate or a call out or a shout out or, hey, you need to go to this district meeting, I believe they're going to say something about you. It fills a bucket in a way that none of us can. Like, that means something to them. And I would just love to see an intentional way to do that, to lift their work and elevate them and fill the well that during COVID for teachers was really drained. Like, some of them are at the bottom of that and the bucket's hitting them in the head and it's hard down there. And I just would love to see their spirits elevated. Teaching is hard work, and education in this time is hard. It's always been hard, but it's exponentially hard now. And I would just love to see that recognition happen that would fill hearts.
Thank you all so much for coming. Thank you all so much for coming. Are there any final sort of thoughts, questions before we let folks return to their evenings? Okay, great. Thank you so much. Yeah. And
thank you so much for taking time to visit with these fine folks. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Ditto. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, and now we move on to our final agenda item of the evening, which is talking about our budget development timeline and Title I update. So, Ms. Brenna Copeland, Chief Financial Officer, and Tara Pena, Chief of Family, School, and Community Partnership, will present an update on the district budget development process and Title I school level allocations for the 23-24 school year. Superintendent Derlin, is there anything you'd like to say before we jump into our conversation?
So just so the board knows, the point of this topic tonight is really information sharing for you, and really the very, very beginning of your budget process. So we want to make sure you understand what's going on right now for our schools as they work on their budgets, for our, can you hear me? Okay. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'll start over. This is really an information sharing for you, opportunity for you to ask questions. It's really the beginning of your budget process as the board works through the spring to provide us guidance, and then ultimately for us to bring you a final budget in May or June for approval. And we want to make sure you understand what we're doing now with schools and their budgeting process and departments and their budgeting process. And in addition, the board had expressed an interest in understanding some of the shifts and adjustments to at-risk funding, including both the general fund allocation on at-risk funding as well as the title allocations for at-risk funding. And this was mostly a part of your conversations around the closure of 16 sites and how that might impact the allocation of funding for our titles students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. So we have an update for you about that. Looking forward to sharing it and then letting you ask some questions or talk to one another, give us some thoughts that you want us to take away. Okay, Ms. Copeland, welcome.
Thank you. Members of the board and board member Parker, I know you're there. Good to see you this evening. We will get moving. I'm going to try and speed through a little bit of the budget process because I actually think Tara has the better presentation this evening and the more exciting and interesting information to share. It also, I think, will touch a little bit on one of the key shifts that we actually made in the SBB formula. And it is this additional investment in at-risk funding, differentiated funding for students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. And that overall investment, we're already hearing from schools the new things they're able to do because of their additional at-risk funding and some of our new title schools as well. And so there's some fun and good stories to surface through this budget process about that. Here's our never-ending calendar. It is how it feels. And we are in February. So draft school and departmental budgets are coming in this month. We will send out school staff allocations. I believe, as you all know, Jeffco operates a hybrid model. We do SBB allocations for some of the work that happens in schools, and then we have staff allocations for the remaining. And we start our negotiations. The next time you hear from my team will be in March with the Q2 financial report. That will also be an opportunity for FOC to address the board. They're bringing forward what will be the outcome of their discussion around reserves, which I think was something you wanted them to come back to you with, is some thoughts on reserves, reserve policy, as well as the budget process. In April, I will bring you more formal budget estimates, both for revenue and expense. And that revenue estimate will reflect the March economic forecast that comes out from the state, which is kind of our last opportunity to try and refine some of our numbers before the school finance bill gets finalized in May. And we hopefully adopt our budget in June. When I say hopefully, I know we will. So board members, you are aware we have a plan to reduce spending from this year to next year. And to simplify matters, we've done some rounding and we're referring to it as the 10-10-10 plan. 10 million in savings in school budget allocations due to school consolidations and present enrollment trends. 10 million in reductions to our departmental budgets to better align services with those same consolidations, enrollment trends, and needs of students. And then a potential 10 million deferral, which is really the opportunity for funds to come into the district that could replace our general fund, but still fulfill the promise of our capital improvement program. So I'll talk a little bit more about that in a subsequent slide. This is a quick snapshot of the budgets we have now allocated out to our schools on a dollar basis. And again, that's just part of the puzzle. They also get FTE allocations. And what you're seeing is that by virtue of releasing those budgets on January 5th, as we've said several times, that was always our deadline, and that's when those budgets were opened up. We already know that the overall pool has reduced, if you will, by $11 million, which is $1 million more than our 10 million target. So in essence, we are well on the path towards our budget reductions that we included in the previous slide. This slide is explaining how, on a year-over-year basis, the overall pool increases while also decreasing. So let me talk through this. And we talked through it in detail at FOC, and so they helped preview this concept. So on the blue bar, you see the 22-23 SBB budget and the total pool we allocated. If you'll recall, that would have gone out in January of 22, a year ago. Of course, that's before we negotiate compensation, et cetera. And so through that negotiations process, we hold centrally a pool of funds to fund those salary raises. So whatever those actual salary raises are, it's neither reflected in the original SBB allocation. I'll tell you what it does include in just a second. Nor is it reflected in the quote-unquote cost that we charge a school, right? So schools are charged an average cost of a position. And so we match what we give them on the per student side to what we quote-unquote charge them. And then we hold that salary allocation centrally. So both parts of that blue bar are actually in this year's budget. It's just the dark blue part was in the school budgets and the light blue part was in our broader district budget. And all of the actuals, of course, get coded to the proper accounts, which are salary accounts, et cetera, et cetera. So as we roll into next year, that's when we adjust the pool, the SBB pool, for this year's actual average salary, right? So again, both parts of that blue bar are in this year's budget. And so when you compare that to the total allocation for next year, that's where you can see the decline, the light green part, which is actually the decline due to school consolidations and declining enrollment. And so the one other thing I want to mention, because I know this always comes up as a question, is rather than taking just this year's average salary, and we do that by position, so it's differentiated, et cetera, we do then add in the cost of a step. right? And so this year's SBB pool included last year's average salary plus a step. That green pool that we just allocated out includes this year's average salary plus a step. Does that make sense? And then, of course, that there's a matched amount for what the average teacher salary costs a school. So I just wanted to clarify that one piece. Our draft school budgets are due February 6th. Our departments are following a new budget process this year. We're using the frame of stop, start, continue. And furthermore, the continue is really continue and evaluate for future change. We think this streamlined process will help us articulate alignment to Jeffco Thrives. It replaces the former budget for outcomes process, which I believe some of you have noted in your comments in the past seemed to be titled Budget for Outcomes, but was difficult to really figure out how any budgetary decisions were made based on outcomes, to be frank. And so a little bit of false advertising. So instead, in the stop, start, continue process, we are asking each department to complete a form that speaks to the strategic shifts they're making. So what are the things they're no longer doing next year? What are some of the things they may be doing that's new and different? And then what are the things that they're continuing that they're going to evaluate based on certain metrics? Overall, we expect as a whole, the target the superintendent has set is that our stops outnumber our starts to the tune of 10 million. But that doesn't mean that there won't be any starts, right? Because it's really important for the district. We have the strategic plan. We know we need to make certain investments in areas of need. So it's not an across the board, nobody gets to do anything new. It's as much as possible, let's repurpose the resources we have to do the new things. And furthermore, we need to have some genuine overall reductions. So I think I think folks have responded really well so far to this frame and the opportunity to really show the ways in which they are year over year changing what they're doing, which really wasn't captured in the previous process, which had a renew and a we'd like some more. And at no point, I think, did the public have the opportunity to see, well, what shifts have you made? What are you doing that's different? So this will provide that. So we're excited.
Hey, Bob, can I jump in on this?
Of course.
This is really important to me because I think oftentimes in large organizations, what happens when you're looking for efficiencies is sort of an across the board cut. So 10% equals 10 million. Everybody find 10%. And I just want to acknowledge the hard work that our cabinet team is doing, not only with each other, but with the teams that they lead, to say, okay, let's take a look at the board's ends, the mission and vision of this organization, the values, and the strategic plan that we've built around that. What are we doing that aligns to that? What are we not doing that aligns to what we say we're going to do? And so what do we need to start, stop, and continue? And I think this, what are we going to stop doing, is a really important story for us to tell, because it can't just be more and more and more. We have to stop doing some things. And in what we decide to stop, start, and then continue, it has to be aligned to our strategic plan. So we may have some departments that are making more cuts than others, because we're trying to make sure that the alignment of the work and the funding that we move forward is in line with what we say we're going to do in our strategic plan. So the cabinet group, I think, has taken a really good approach with Brenna's leadership on this issue. And it's been hard, and it will continue to be hard. We're going to share more with you as we get some decisions sort of ready to go in terms of where the different departments and divisions are. And we have next week opportunity to share this process and sort of maybe some of my philosophical thinking about it with principals. So our executive leadership meeting, so all administrators, as well as all central office staff. Because I think oftentimes we spend so much time talking about SBBs and school budgets, which is obviously very important by majority of our budget and the most important thing we do is support our schools. But we also forget sometimes that the work we're doing at this highest level on budget also impacts employees in central departments that we really care about, and we really want to make sure they understand what we're doing, why we're doing it, how the experience they're having in an individual department relates to that broader whole of the goal to align our resources to our strategic plan. So this is just an important process for us. It's new. I'm proud of the team for the work that they're doing and the cross-functional aspect of it.
And then the last part of the 10-10-10 plan is this opportunity for the board to consider adjusting the timing of payment on what would be next year's capital transfer. And so, again, I'm calling this defer and potentially replace $10 million. And so what we would do is instead of, so you see prior schedule in this table. So if we didn't change anything, we would transfer $23.8 million next year and $23.8 million in 25. And those are the last 2 years of the capital transfer that was promised as part of the original capital improvement program from 2018, right? 6 years worth of transfer. Given both the timing of need of dollars and the opportunity over the next 2 years to potentially realize sale and lease proceeds from our assets, it could be prudent to consider deferring a portion of next year's contribution to create that opportunity for sale or lease proceeds to replace general fund dollars, but still honor the overall commitment. So we could either the $10 million would come in FY26 if need be from a general fund transfer, and that would only be in the event that we realized literally zero sale or lease proceeds over the next 2 years. But if we do realize sale or lease proceeds, they will go into the capital reserve fund as soon as they are realized, and that would effectively reduce the obligation of the general fund to transfer those dollars in. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Okay. And with that, I think we can hold and maybe do questions at the end so that I can give Tara some time. Last thing, I just want to give a quick shout out to my budget team. They are still in the building. And particularly our school budget analysts have been working incredibly long hours to support our principals, who likewise have been working long hours to complete their budgets. And so I just want to give them a shout out. They're working really hard.
Thank you, Brenna. Good evening. So I am really excited to share some really meaningful and what I believe will be very impactful changes to how we provide at-risk funding for our students that qualify for free and reduced lunch. But really, I want to ground the conversation back to Board End 3, and so making that connection. And really, first and foremost, thank you for creating ends that are asset focused and for your collective commitment to each of our students. We, in the division that I lead, the Division of Family School Community Partnership, have done an intentional job in bringing line of sight to the ends to the work and really grounding and aligning and prioritizing the work that we lead. And this particular end really resonates with our team and gives us a foundation and creates urgency and clarity to the work that we lead and ultimately and hopefully with your partnership, the impact. But every student will be met where they are to reach their fullest potential in a way that honors, utilizes, and addresses their individual differences. And this end in particular really does align and partner nicely with the work that we're leading around knowing every student by name, strength, and need. And so again, just appreciate that your board ends are very asset focused and with the very best of intention in supporting each of our students. So thank you. So for this evening, I'm really excited to share information about the important necessary changes that we've made to ensure that we are better maximizing our resources to further reach and support our students experiencing poverty. So what is Title I?
So the purpose of Title I is to provide resources to schools and districts to ensure that all children have a fair, equitable, and significant opportunity to obtain a high-quality education and to close educational achievement gaps. So as our part of commitment to reaching more students living in poverty, we have made changes to both the at-risk per pupil allocation and the Title I tiering model, and we're going to really dig into that in a few slides later. Just really something important to note that as in previous years, Title I eligible schools will continue to receive Title I funding to improve equitable educational outcomes for every student in schools with economic need. But we're also investing more money from our general fund to support students experiencing poverty. This is part of our Title I belief system that schools with higher concentration of free and reduced lunch students require more funds per student. So as you'll see, our at-risk funding model in Jeffco serves two focus. So our Title I schools, those that serve a larger concentration of poverty, we'll get into what those tiers are here in a little bit and those thresholds, as well as our at-risk funding. And so that is our general fund investment in any student that is eligible and qualifies for free and reduced lunch. And then Title I school status is based on a school's previous year October count. So for this year, we used October 2021. For next school year, the 23-24 fiscal year, we're using October 2022 October count. So this slide really does dig in and look at our district demographic data for our free and reduced lunch student count. So it's really, really important to note that students experiencing living and learning in poverty are being educated in every and supported in every school in Jeffco. And so I think sometimes there is a misconception or a lack of a really deep understanding that, well, we have title schools, God bless you, we have title schools, therefore those are the concentration of poverty that are serving our most vulnerable students. But we are serving students that qualify for free and reduced lunch in every single school that we serve and support in Jeffco. So as you'll see from the data table, we currently serve an average of 21,454 students who qualify for free and reduced lunch. And the reason I say on average is because, as you know, life circumstances change, and I may have a moment in time where I have some situational poverty, there's generational poverty, there's lots of different definitions to poverty, and we serve all students regardless of their current circumstance. So we do have students coming on and off of that eligibility. We're going to talk a little bit more. I'm going to ask my phone a friend here to talk a little bit in a few minutes about the inflated count, but just want to know that these numbers really are fluid. But for this purpose, we are using October 1 count from October 21 for the 22-23 data, and then for 23-24 it was October 2022 data. So as you'll see, we're currently serving the 21,454 students who qualify for free and reduced lunch, and again, based on previous year's October counts. So for this year, of the 21,454 students we serve, 27% of them are attending Title I schools that receive Title I federal dollars. That then means that 73% of our students who qualify for free and reduced lunch are not attending a Title I school. We then provide a per pupil at-risk allocation from our general fund for the free and reduced lunch students in non-title schools. And we'll look at that a little more closely in a few more slides. So for next year, you'll see an increase in the overall number of students who have qualified for free and reduced lunch from 21,454 to 24,315 students. We do know that this is an inflated number, and the additional dollars that we receive to support these students has been pushed directly to schools or passed through to schools. And that is where I'm asking Brenna, my phone a friend, to talk a little bit more about the inflated FRL count.
Sure. In a nutshell, we use our friends in Food and Nutrition Services who collect the applications from our families for free or reduced lunch. We use the data that they are able to ascertain. The National School Lunch Program this year for all districts, and this applied throughout the state of Colorado and I believe the country, extended what has always been an existing practice. The existing practice was in the first couple months of school, you can assume that any student who qualified last year still does. And that is a kindness so that families have a minute to submit their application. Makes perfect sense. That's the usual way it works. This year, they said you can assume any student who qualified last year or the year prior still qualifies, for the first couple months of school. Well, it just so happens that includes September and October. And so when we do our October count, the data that every district in the state submitted includes every FRL student from that currently, had submitted an application, because by that point we have processed some new applications, right? So we may have some newly identified, as well as any student from the past, I think I did the count right, 3 years, thank you, whoever qualified. That is why that number is so high. That is why the state number went up so much. And we already know that number is, my colleague used the word inflated. It is inflated. It's not accurate. If you look at who in the month of November qualifies for free and reduced lunch, it falls right back down to about 20,000, right? Which is more what our trend line was prior to this single year. So for purposes of at risk, we use current year to fund. For purposes of title, we're lagging a little bit, and that's, again, a state thing. That's not how we would have designed it as a system per se. So this year, our schools are getting an at-risk supplement for 24,000 students, because that was their count. That's what the state funded us. We fund the schools. We true them up every fall and give them their at-risk money. Next year, because there's a lag, they will be funded at the 24,000 in regards to the Title I funding. That risk funding is always current year, right? So does that make sense? So I just wanted to offer that clarification. I know it's probably incredibly, I clarified nothing. I made it worse. I'm sure that the public is even more confused, but that is why that 24,000 number is high. And to clarify, we always fund at risk at current count, and we true up in October, and Title I, by virtue of the program requirements, lags a year. Boom.
Thank you. Thank you, Brenna. All right, so for next year, as you look at the shifts in the concentrations of poverty that you will see for this year, that the number of students served in schools that receive Title I funding is 27%. And then next year, that will shift to 33%. So 33% will be that concentration of poverty being served by those federal dollars in Title I schools. And then 67% of the students are being supported in non-title schools through the at-risk general fund allocation. So as we worked with ERS as part of our SBB redesign, the changes that you'll see are really grounded in research and best practice. So as part of the process, we learned that research suggests that students experiencing poverty require 1.2 additional funding to support them effectively. And as you'll see from this table, the Jeffco reaches that weight for students in Title I schools, but falls short in non-Title I schools. The exciting thing is that we are getting closer, and we're going to actually look at what the tiers are and the actual dollar amounts by those concentrations of poverty, so you can see the overall impact. We still have work to do on the non-Title I side, but have made a significant investment, and we are getting a lot closer. And so that's really exciting. And this bar graph that you see here is for this school year. On the next field slide, you'll see changes that are aimed to address the title belief that higher concentrations of free and reduced lunch students deserve more funds per student. So our commitment to our students. So we provide our schools with financial assistance to support our free and reduced lunch students in the following ways. So from two pots of money, essentially, from the general fund and an at-risk allocation, and then through a Title I per pupil allocation that are federal fund dollars that we receive. So I think it's really important to note that any student that qualifies for free and reduced lunch qualifies for the at-risk per pupil allocation, regardless of the type of school that they attend. So a title school, a non-title school, we fund 100% of the students who qualify for free and reduced lunch with the general fund at-risk allocation. So as part of our commitment to reaching more students experiencing poverty, we've made changes to how we allocate funding from both our at-risk general fund and our Title I federal funding. So our main priority is putting the needs of our students first. So what you'll see in this slide is a new funding model which will benefit all students who qualify for free reduced lunch regardless if they attend a Title I school or not. Our newly adjusted funding formula provides an additional $4.5 million in funding for students who are identified as being at risk. And so what you'll see in the blue table is this current year's funding allocation, both for general fund and for at risk. And so you'll see the FRL count, which is that concentration of poverty in a particular school. The general fund allocation right now for this school year is $800, regardless of the concentration of poverty. And then as you'll see currently this year, we have 2 tiers for Title I, with the highest threshold of poverty being 65%. And then that next tier of threshold funding is 78% and higher at that higher amount. And then you'll see the total allocation. And so I think it's really important too to note that all of our students who are identified at risk or who qualify for free and reduced lunch receive the at-risk allocation. In addition, if I'm a student who attends a Title I school, I receive a per pupil allocation from the general fund in addition to the Title I per pupil allocation. And so we'll slide over and take a look at that, what that really does mean in that overall investment for this year. So the general fund at-risk allocation, so we'll continue to provide the supplemental general fund dollars to schools for each of our students in poverty. So 100% of our FRL students benefit from the SBB at-risk funding. The per pupil funding for our at-risk students has gone from $800 to $1,073, which is a 34% increase in funding for our at-risk student population. For our Title I schools, we want our Title I funding to reach more of our students in poverty. As such, we've created a tiered funding approach, which is centered on the belief that higher concentrations of free reduced lunch students in a given school create further needs, and then in turn, these schools have less access to fee-based revenue, fundraising, etc. So for the Title I per pupil allocation, we have lowered the school eligibility threshold to 55% for all schools at every grade span, elementary, middle school, high school. Our K-8s and our junior, senior highs fall into that particular grade band's threshold. So for K-8, they have a K-5 threshold and then a 6-8 threshold. For our junior, senior, they'll have a 7-8 and then a 9-12. And then we do have some elementaries that are K-6. And so those would also be in that elementary threshold. One thing that our new tiered threshold just creates, and really currently we have a elementary and a secondary threshold for next year, regardless of your grade span. If you have a concentration of poverty of 55% or higher, you will receive the allocation and that Title I eligibility. So as you'll see in the data table, students attending a Title I school receive both the at-risk allocation of $1,073 as well as a Title I per pupil allocation that is determined based on the overall percentage of at-risk students served in a school. So for example, given our new Title I threshold at 55%, South Lakewood is a new Title I school for next year. So next year, 56% of their students qualify for free and reduced lunch. That makes them a Title I eligible school. So they will receive $1,073 for each of their students that qualify for free and reduced lunch from general fund. In addition, they will receive $500 per pupil for Title I, as they are now a new Title I school. So this is a combined allocation of $15,073 and an additional $773 per at-risk students for those at South Lakewood. That's a significant investment. And you'll see that new tier, that 55% to 64%, is the schools that we are seeing that are seeing a dramatic increase in the amount of funding and ultimately the amount of support that they're able to provide their students living and experiencing poverty. So the combined changes in at-risk and Title I will create a more smooth transition for schools as their levels of poverty fluctuate over time, improving our ability to meet student needs in a more predictable and high-quality manner. So who will our Title I schools be for next year? So currently we are serving 29 schools and supporting them with our Title I federal dollars. Next year that count will increase to 33 schools. So we will serve 33 schools. That will be 10 new schools that will receive the Title I allocation. So those are the schools that you see highlighted in blue. And then we have organized it by grade span. So elementary, you'll see the 2 columns, both elementary continued, then our middle school grade span. And again, where we have some combined campuses in Alameda, some of our K-8 campus, you'll see the grade span called out there in particular, and then our high schools. So we have a large amount of high schools that are qualifying and will have that Title I status for next year. So our new approach to distributing school allocations enables us to reach more students impacted by poverty. The additional funding tiers have increased the number of schools eligible to receive Title I funding by 10 additional schools. Title I resources are allocated based on poverty rates of students by rank order of our schools. And the 10 new schools and approximately 2,861 additional students will benefit from the Title I funding for next year with this new model. And then finally, funding at work in title schools. And so they're receiving this allocation both on the, and really this should say funding at work in schools, because this isn't just singular to our Title I schools. This is our at-risk dollars at work. And so where are they making this investment? And so I thought it was really important to call attention to how principals are really using stakeholder engagement and comprehensive needs assessment to help make really informed decisions in the best interest of their students. And so classroom teachers, the elementary, middle, and high school levels, academic interventionists, literacy coaches, mental health staff, including social workers, CELs, counselors, JCMH providers, as part of my new role and really best understanding the impact that Title I should have, can have, maybe isn't having in our schools. I've been doing Title I school visits, and a lot of them are talking about buying up and using both their at-risk and their Title I allocation to complete or to add mental health supports to their students. We know that taking a trauma-informed approach when supporting students in poverty is grounded in best practice. And we think about the pandemic recovery. We heard today from our colleagues at JCEA that mental health needs of our students, how that manifests in the classroom. We're seeing a significant investment in mental health with their at-risk allocations. Paraprofessionals, our principals can't talk enough about the value add that our classified and our paraprofessionals provide in supporting students in the classroom, both in and out of the classroom. Family engagement liaisons, and so we will continue to provide family engagement liaisons to all of our Title I eligible schools. Supplemental instructional materials, some of them are doing OG training, they're doing Haggerty materials, different types of consumables, online licenses, subscriptions to literacy and math resources, take-home packets, both for summer packets, break packets, those sorts of things. So just some of the examples of the types of supplemental instructional materials, as well as family trainings. And so a lot of the shift in the professional learning that our family engagement liaisons are partaking in is really aligned to the National Family School Community Partnership Standards. And some of that, yes, is in resource broking and helping to make connections to ensure that our family and our students' basic needs are met, but it's also really grounded in that homeschool connection and helping to empower our parents as partners and helping them to really understand the academic needs of their students and how their commitment and investment in their child's academic achievement really then is grounded in those equitable academic outcomes that these dollars are really intended to do. So using family trainings and our family engagement liaisons to serve in a really different role. They're attending PLC meetings. They're really helping parents to really understand data in a different way and partnering differently with teachers as they have in the past, again, to really strengthen that homeschool connection.
I just want to add here, because it's another area of strong interest of mine. We know from research what Title I schools do that are making gains with students. And many of the things you see on this slide are investments that we know that Title I schools who are making a difference invest in. I think over time, this is another area where we can improve consistency and clear expectations and find that just right balance of what are our expectations around the additional programming that we want to see in a school with higher concentrations of poverty, and give our schools sort of like guidance and clear expectations for what we want those investments to look like, while at the same time providing them some flexibility, from a possible list, and pulling from what I would say are district level systems of best practice around family engagement, that kind of thing. So it's a work in progress, but I think it is definitely a step in the right direction around coherence and meaningful investment with the funds that will make a difference for kids.
Thank you, Superintendent Jarlin. So that is our last slide, and I don't have a fancy question slide. So this is
how will we know what to do?
Questions.
Yes, now we go home then.
No questions. There's no slides. Sorry.
That's true.
We have a long budget season ahead.
Yeah. Oh, there'll be time.
No, would love
All
to
right.
know if you have any questions or feedback or comments.
Wonderful. Board members, questions, thoughts, comments? Yep, Director Reed.
So the way that it is now, 27% of our free and reduced lunch students are in Title I schools, correct? And so next year, we anticipate what percent of our free and reduced lunch kids will be in Title I schools?
So we anticipate 33% of our students who qualify for free and reduced lunch will attend Title I schools for next year. So about a 5% increase from that 27% to 33%. And we know that was happening. We lowered the threshold. So more schools are qualifying for that free and reduced lunch, the Title I designation. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Director Varda?
Are the numbers like that you're showing for the Title I schools for 23-24? Is that based on the October count?
Correct. So on slide 11, you'll see the district-wide FRL count and then the concentration in Title I schools and then how our students are distributed throughout our non-title schools. And so for 22-23, that is based on October 2021 October count. And then for next year, the 23-24 data is based on October of 2022 October count.
Right. So have we looked at the number? So it's not based on actual numbers of like who just accepted enrollment. I got an email that at one school they said almost I don't know how accurate this is. Almost all of the 80 students that are going to come to this school would fall into these categories, and that's I can't remember the numbers at the school. It's a significant proportion of the school now, so they don't fall into this. So they're not.
So just to jump in here, as I mentioned, we always fund at risk based on October count. So if those 80 students stick around through October count, that school will receive $1,073 for each one of them.
The next school year or that school year?
It always matches current year. So you were saying they're enrolled for next year. So I assumed your question was about next year. So for next year, if they're actually there as of October count, the school will get at-risk funding for every single student. The state says that we have to lag a year in our counts and how we can allocate, how we perform the rank order for Title I and thus how we allocate. And so given that, we don't have the ability to extend the Title I funding, but again, as you're seeing in the shifts, we're actually prioritizing the at-risk funding because we know it's available for all students who are FRL, and it adjusts immediately to the actual count.
Okay. And then I think the thing that I just continuously am trying to figure out is
Sorry, Director Barta, do you mind getting a little closer? It's hard to hear. Thank you.
What I'm trying to figure out is where does the money come from? So we talk about schools now that are going to have smaller budgets, but where's the money coming from to make these increases?
Yep. So all of the formula changes that we made were net neutral. So we said, back to my other slide, assuming we had the exact same amount of money and we distribute it in a different way, what would that look like? And so to get the additional dollars for at-risk, it came out of other funding mechanisms within SBB. Yeah, it came out of the base. It came out of...
Sorry, what funding mechanisms are...
It came out of the base. It came out of the size equity factor.
Maybe I can be more specific. I'm just really trying to understand.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like there's something I'm not hearing, and it's just like, so who's losing? Like, what did we lose? And I don't understand which schools those are, what they're losing, and what's the consequences. So I'm very in favor of this for all the reasons that you just said.
Yep.
And I'm just really realistic too. So who's getting the news that they're getting less? What does that mean for them? And how are we handling that?
Sure.
Yeah.
So from the SBB perspective, we moved a total amount of 4.5 million from what would have been the base and size equity adjustments to the base to that risk factor. And that 4.5 million represents 1%. So it was a 1% overall shift of funding it one way versus funding it a different way. On the school by school level, we have every story and every combination that you can imagine. So for example, you may be a school that lost a little bit, if you will, on what would have been a higher positive adjustment on your size equity factor, but you gain on balance because you happen to have 52% FRL, and that additional funding for at-risk outweighs whatever you lost on your size equity factor. So the story at each school, how the formula changes play out, is different. And so it's and then all the modeling comes back to the slides I've shared with the board before, which say that if you remove at-risk funding from the equation altogether, and you look just at the base and the size equity factor, what we did was, on average, every school has what it needs to fund the minimum staffing in the handbook. And that's true before you even consider at risk. And even if the school is experiencing a lower per pupil base or a lower amount in a size equity adjustment, we modeled it for the schools. And on average, again, schools have between 5 and 8% after funding the minimum recommended staffing. And then the at-risk is on top of that.
Honestly, that's only for the schools that would meet this, sorry, 50, is it 55% threshold would get the scenario, that one scenario that you just said where.
Nope.
Right.
No, I said 52%, and I specifically picked that number so I could reiterate the fact that every single school that serves an FRL student gets supplemental funding for that FRL student. And so the shift.
Not asking my question right, because I totally get it. I really, really get it. So I feel like you keep explaining what you've done over and over again, and I do get it. I guess maybe what I'm asking for is maybe we could, at some point, I'd like to understand who lost funding. So let's say a school that doesn't kind of benefit from this because they don't have students who are in those categories. So did any of them have to lose things like staff, or someone has lost things, right? Because we had to balance, it's net neutral. So I'm just not understanding where the losses were at a school level. And I'm concerned about those schools. And I also want to know how are they reacting, and how are they dealing with this, and how are any of them significantly affected by this? I just want to understand. I just want some visibility and the transparency on this. And I don't feel like I understand that. So I'm having a hard time. I get this 100%. I don't understand the ripple effects across the rest of the district.
So I'm going to jump in because I think it's an interesting question. I mean, we're still getting that information because schools are still building their budgets. And Dave Weiss and his team are working very closely with the budget analysts on Brenna's team to support every principal through what's going on specifically related to their budget. What's difficult in terms of being able to answer your question, Dr. Varda, is that, to Brenna's point, every school is impacted differently. And if you're a school, can you guys pull up slide 13, please? Okay. So you'll see on the very right-hand side, it says total per pupil increase. So every school, for their free and reduced lunch students that they serve, are getting an increase in their PPR, which is an offset for all schools in terms of any adjustments at that 1% level that we made to the base allocation. Now, if you have 10 free and reduced lunch kids and another school has 50, you're not getting that 273 times 50, you're getting it at 273 times 10. Because we are making a concerted effort to invest more funding for students who are at risk aligned to the research. What's also happening is that schools are declining in enrollment. And so there's two different kinds of enrollment factors. They're budgeting to their October count from last year, and they didn't necessarily true up in October to their enrollment because they used one-time funds, contingency or fund balance, to save their current staff in October, which makes sense. They don't want to get rid of staff in October. So fast forward, and for middle and high schools in particular, we're funding them based on their October count. So they're now having to true up their October count. And some of them are saying to us, but I know I'm going to get 50 less because I've talked to the elementary schools in my feeder. So I'm putting money into contingency so that I can cover that in the fall if my enrollment doesn't come up. So what's also happening is, so they may get a little bit less funding from the SBB model changes, but the real impact for that school is the enrollment shifts over the last year and what they're expecting their shift to continue to be going into next year. And because we don't, in an SBB model, the benefit is that the decisions about what the funding does at the site are made as close as possible to the kids by the people who know them best. So that principal is making a decision. I'm going to put $50,000 into my contingency because I'm afraid I'm not going to get this number of kids in the fall. And I'm going to be able to cover it, and I'm going to be able to not have to cut staff in the fall. Which means I'm not going to buy up this elective, right? And a principal down the street might say, I'm going for it. I'm going to invest in this elective, and I'm going to figure it out in the fall. So it's just not as simple as we made some adjustments to the formula, and so what is the impact to the schools across the board? Dave's team and Brenna's team is paying close attention to where are the reductions that schools are having to make in staffing. What are those reductions in terms of the position? And where are there increases or openings, right? And we're doing all of this work also so that we can lead into the February 25th staffing event for our ROFs impacted teachers. We will have a better sense as of February 6th. Is that the deadline? 8th, 6th? What the staffing impacts are in our final SBBs. But it's not going to be just because of the at-risk changes we made to SBB. It's going to be mostly because we're truing up to this year's enrollment, and our principals are anticipating additional drops in enrollment for next year. And we don't have a lot of money to throw at it to solve it for them because we have to fix our deficit. And our deficit grows from $32 million in the general fund this year to, depending upon decisions we make in the spring with you all, at least 50-ish. Just the general fund. And those are all estimates. There's lots of variables you could adjust. So Dave has right now what we need to start calling the Enrollment Reserve Fund. It's about $3 million. Last year we had that same fund and we held it centrally. And we had Dave and Brenna work together with the community soups. And the priority for those funds, as we worked through just work that we're doing, similar to what we're doing now, we prioritized the schools that were named in the recommendation for consolidation. Because we knew that it would probably have a negative effect on their enrollment. And they were so low. I mean, we had a school of 110 kids. And so we allocated many of those funds to those schools to keep them where they needed to be to operate in a positive way for kids. This year, Dave's team is taking a look at where do we have schools that might have to cut 6 positions? What's the impact of their needing to do that? Do they need us to shore them up and give them $200,000 so that they can cut 3 instead of 5? And so we're working through all of that, and we do have a fund. It's small, but we have a fund to be able to ease some schools that are highly impacted into this model. But I will just be honest with you, the real impact on our schools right now is enrollment. And the fact that we have, and I think most districts did this, so I don't think it's anything wrong, but we have shored up current staffing levels with one-time federal funds because of the pandemic. And so we've run out of the initial $60 million on ESSER. I don't know, we maybe had 20 more in the first round. And we've run out of that. It's gone. And so that's having an impact. And we've taken ESSER 3 and we've prioritized it to additional supports for kids, which I think the data that we looked at earlier tonight very much justifies, and I appreciate the direction from the board on that. And so the real impact is that, we've invested in our employees, and we should, and I'm proud of that work. We have declining enrollment. We have one-time funds that are funding ongoing personnel, and we're coming to grips with that.
I think the entire story that you just painted, yes, is exactly why I'm asking this question, because we have a column here that has an increase to per pupil count that's going to add up to a sum number. And so because of everything you just said, it's so just I don't have, I can find this out another time, but because of everything you just said, I support this philosophically, and I think, how can we have an increase of a per pupil amount in the environment you just described?
It's a per pupil. It's an increase for free and reduced lunch students.
Right.
Not all pupils.
I totally get that too, but it is an increase, right, over the current amount that they get per free and reduced student cost.
Yeah, this year it was
I
$800.
get it.
Can I offer one more
there's
thing?
only 10 of them in a school. They only get 10 times 273 or whatever. I get that.
So I hear that you want to understand on a school by school level how the formula change. Sure. No, I want to make sure I hear your question. You want to know on a school by school level how the formula changes impacted their funding. Is that right?
I think the question is, where did the money come from? so it's not about.
Got it taken away.
Yeah.
What's the effect on that school? I don't need to know each school.
So where did the money for the increase appear?
It was spread across a whole bunch of different schools in relatively small amounts to create the at-risk funding. The Title I budget hasn't changed, and that's why the per student amounts go down. So I think what we can do is, again, on several slides back, I mentioned that the overall pool is lower by the 11 million. And so that is what is happening today with school budgets overall. And that is not formula changes, that's largely enrollment changes. And what that translates into in terms of our FTE counts, we'll share with you all as we collect that data. And so we'll be able to say exactly this many fewer of this, that, and the other is now being budgeted for next year. So that might help also if understanding the impact, I think, which is part of your question, is once we're able to summarize those school budgets, they aren't complete. I went in tonight, many of them are, but not all of them. So I don't have it yet. But I'm more than happy to transparently share we had this many FTE in this category and we now have this. Or if we want to do it by grade level, I can do it by grade level. However we want to look at it, I will share the difference between this year's budget and next year's. I think this board has known from the outset that we needed to reduce spending, and this is how we're doing it.
I think part of maybe it's like a graphic of being able to show, because it's the same pool of money, right? We don't, there's no more money. So it's a matter of like where it's shifting from somewhere to somewhere, right? It's being, right. So I think that's really the question is, did it shift, right? It's the same pie that we're working with, and we're shifting those dollars to prioritize certain things and to sort of right size how we're funding students, right? So I think that if I understand what you're trying to say, it's a matter of just demonstrating like where did it come from? I know it's not new money coming in, but like
it's coming from two things. We adjusted the base funding down for all schools.
So that's where it's coming from.
And we reduced, because you guys agreed that we needed to close 16 schools, we were able to reduce the amount of small school subsidy. And so those two things, that's where it came from in the whole. That's the change in ratio. And I'm anxious to see what is the impact. Part of what we're waiting for is a lot of different things to happen, like families to choose where they're going to go, and looking at our schools are doing this based on an assumed enrollment, but they'll know a whole heck of a lot more by the end of this week after they work through their wait lists all week. And then they can maybe decide, I don't have to cut this 0.5, or I can add this 0.5 back in. And so we're just, we're also waiting to understand what the implications are. I mean, what we can tell you is the implication is that light green color on this slide. And what we have right now is 160 different sites working through that. And they're making decisions as close to the kids as possible, which is a good thing for teachers and principals and families to come together and do that work. We don't have the outcome of that yet. When we do, we are happy to talk about that with you guys around FTE. And frankly, we're going to have to, because it's going to have implications for the teachers who are looking for positions out of the Roth schools.
I think one of the other things that may be helpful just as a follow-up moving forward, I remember one of the slides from we were talking about the initial SBB presentation, not initial, the last one, the slide that shows the percent that you mentioned, you referred to this, the percent that schools have by grade level and by size after their minimum foundation. Foundation staffing. It's one of those two words together. Was done, right? And so some of them for especially middle school, which is I think what we heard about before with JCEA being here, was at 14%, and then we have them at -6. And so that shift then all of a sudden, there are givers and getters, is that what we're calling this? Gainers. But it is shifting around a lot, and I have heard from, especially at the middle school level, that feels surprising a little bit because of a lot of these factors all combining together, declining enrollment, paying for it. Yeah, it's not just one thing, but the shift in there, again, it's the same pool of money, but where it's going definitely, I think, feels like may feel a little bit less comfortable for some schools, especially when they're like, 8 FTE, huh? This is uncomfortable.
One of the things, just to tie a few things from tonight together, that we've discovered is in those middle schools that were, you had that, I wish we could pull this up, the blue line, and then you had middle schools that were way above that minimum staffing and middle schools that were way below. The ones that were way above that actually were running a 7-period day. The ones below that were only able to run a 6-period day. And I don't know, Dr. Kim, if you remember, but the number of let's just talk about equity with teacher time, because we have been talking about time. The amount of teacher time in the 7-period-a-day schools for planning, collaboration, learning was 480 minutes a week. And in the schools that were running a 6-period day, 225. So it's almost double the amount of then teacher time. And so what's happening is those schools that are running a 7-period day are having to figure out new schedules and run a 6-period day and come back to center. And that is really hard work. And we know that there are schools that are doing that right now. And Dave's talking to the principals. I think Dave has a meeting with the principals this week or next week, after they work through some of their challenges. And we are telling principals, we know you're working on paper to make difficult decisions. Do not go out and talk to people who might be impacted with those decisions quite yet. Because we want to look at it, Dave wants to look at it from the overall picture and say, oh my gosh, this school can't do that. That's not going to be good for kids, right? And it's going to be hard because there are going to be schools who have to reduce staff. I mean, when we made this decision, last spring, we said we're going to have to close schools, we're going to have to reduce FTE because we're overstaffed. And we've been really honest and transparent about that this whole time, and all of you guys have been, and I have been too. So that's what's happening right now. And what I don't want you guys to walk away thinking or feeling is that we're trying to not tell you everything. What we're doing right now is trying to figure out what the impacts are and then utilize some of this enrollment reserve to target where we think it's the worst and ease them in and look at that over time. And then we'll know, what else is going on out there that we just don't know if we can tolerate or not. It's just, and it's all just happening right now.
Because I think that's what I'm trying to. True. Is this good? Yeah. That is what I'm trying to. You said there's going to be some that are the worst, or however you said it. Like, I think our board, we need to know that. We need to know that there are some schools that are going to be really struggling or having a big reality check and things like this. We're going to walk into these schools as board members, and I'd like to be prepared for how to talk about this and how to explain it myself and understand it and justify it or support them. And so I think until right now, like, I keep feeling like, well, I can't do any of that because I'm not getting the full picture. And I think the picture's hard. You're just really describing like a really tough, hard thing. I think we need to know that too, and not just be like, I feel like the explanations before are like not detailed enough. So more of what you just said, I feel like would help us very much understand the context in which we're walking into and that we need to help figure out and support. So I thought that last part was very helpful.
And really quickly, part of the interest in waiting to share details and even begin these I keep saying to the team, how many is this school having to reduce? How many is this school having to reduce? How much of the reductions is offset with other positions that might open up elsewhere? And they keep saying to me, calm down. And I so appreciate what Dave said to me the other day was, I'm not going to be a first come, first serve shop. We are going to look at the needs holistically before we allocate enrollment reserve to meet the needs. And we're going to have some variables that we decide are consistent across these allocations so it's fair and equitable to our schools. And so we're waiting on that picture. We don't have the details, which is why we don't have them for you tonight, but we have the same concerns that you have, and we're happy to share when we know the data. Like we're just now going to Monday get an update on enrolled Jeffco, which will make a difference for the school you're talking about with 80 new kids, right? And I know they just recently this week were talking about different things they wanted to put funds into to support that increase in enrollment. So they're working on it. We're happy to get you some details once we have them. We just don't have them right now. And we want to wait till we have the full picture so we can make informed decisions across the whole system instead of just one decision here because somebody came to us first.
I think one other thing I would just say, because it is a complicated little onion here. But the other thing I will say is that, the sort of caution around, or the balance between transparency and just talking about the schools and some of those challenges as we make these adjustments and are right-sizing a lot of things, and we're in transition in a lot of spaces, and then unwittingly signaling something as we're going into a phase 2 conversation around regional opportunities for thriving schools. I want to be real careful about talking about like enrollment challenges and reductions in staffing and, the sort of red flags that may also be out there as people already have heightened anxiety around some of the conversations that are upcoming for phase 2 of regional opportunities. So I think it's tricky then to not have all the information we need and try to talk about it publicly. I think gets us into a challenging situation, and I don't want to freak people out. I don't want to make anyone make assumptions about any future behaviors or what we're doing as a district. Did you want to jump in?
If I could just jump in really quick, I think. Director Bard, I appreciate your question. I think that it's, I just want to clarify what a school perceives as a really difficult cut and what the data tells us is a really difficult cut are not always the same thing. And so as you're engaging in conversations, I think it's also important to know that when we're gathering this information about what the cuts are, you are correct. Our middle schools are experiencing some challenges right now around this, but our elementary schools have been experiencing those challenges over the last several years because the enrollment decline has hit our elementaries first, and now it's hitting our middle schools. And so the middle schools are experiencing potentially more cuts than they've been used to. So it hurts. It feels like it's a lot, and in some cases it is a little bit more than we think is appropriate for the school. But like Superintendent Dorland said, we're going to make these decisions based on data. We're going to look at all of the data as it comes in. We're going to consider which schools, a Title I school may not be the same as a school that serves a more affluent population. Is that a consideration? What programming might they have to cut? Those are the things that we want to really talk about. So when we do come back to you, we want to be able to give you all of that information. And right now, schools are just finalizing their budgets this week. And so as they're doing that, I'm having conversations with community superintendents and some principals, and we're putting it all on a spreadsheet. We're gathering all of that data, and we'll be able to share that with you at some point. But it's like very drafty right now. I don't think it'd be appropriate to share it with you right now. So,
want to say thank you, because I feel like this is just the next level of that conversation. I don't need to be talking about a school right now and what they're facing, but I am supportive of what we're doing, and I'm supportive of these decisions, and I just want to understand their implications. And I think that summary that you just gave is like it's hard to hear, and I understand it's not settled, but I like to know that's coming too, because then I can. So I don't want to have too rosy of a picture at all. So.
Also add to, I think it's just important to consider, like the hat that I've worn the majority of my career has been a middle school educator, middle school principal, or supporting middle school principals. And, the challenges and the decision making that they're having to make, at that grade level is very philosophical also in how we're meeting student needs. And their scheduling is really complex and braided, and how they provide sections and coring. And they're making decisions about how, teacher prep time and the number of sections that they teach, and the number of classes, the overall preps that they have. I mean, given all of the different grade spans, I think our middle schools have some really unique challenges that are. It's not just we'll just cut one teacher. Well, that teacher teaches multiple sections and multiple preps of things that we have to provide. So it's going to be really complicated, and it's going to take a lot of time to help get them there. But been privy to a lot of the conversations that Dave and his team are having, and knowing they're having the right conversations. But want to give our middle school peeps some love, because it's really, really complicated scheduling challenges that have big budget implications. So,
all right. Other questions, comments? Director Miller.
I had 10, but I'll ask one. Just one. So can we go back to page 7, which is the capital transfer. And what I want to ask is, when we are talking about deferring to fiscal year 26, potentially $10 million. And I know that, was it just last week? Such a blur. We had Shannon and Lisa LaRue here talking about process. Okay, 2 weeks, whatever. We were talking about process, right? And we have at least 18 properties, plus we have other school district properties that we need to be talking about in terms of, are we using them or not, et cetera. Is there a way, when we start talking about the process again, because I know they're coming back, that we can start to think about targets for what we would hope we'd like to see? We'd like to see $20 million in the bank by such and such a time. We'd like to see $25 million in the bank by another such and such a time. And the reason I ask this is because our capital is going to have to continue to be deployed to maintain our facilities. And so even if we're not transferring $23 million every year, we still need X percent every year to keep going into our buildings. And so we're going to benefit from these sales of properties. But I think we need to start to kind of talk about what our goals and objectives would be, to be able to say, hey, we want X million dollars either from the capital sale or revenue coming in, so that we can still keep reinvesting in our buildings. So I just want to put that out there with process and with tying it to our finances and capital outlay, because they've got to go hand in hand for us to maintain our buildings safe, warm, and dry, and air quality and all that good stuff. And if we're not going to be transferring from general fund to capital, I'd like to at least start to put some targets in the sand, so to speak. I know it might shift, but targets in the sand of money that we'd like to start seeing come in for us to keep investing in ourselves.
I think that would be great direction from the board for us as we lean into and try to make some decisions around what to bring you around the surplus decisions that you'll have to make. Very helpful. And then it'd be great if we could share that back with our CAC and get their feedback on that and have maybe some dialogue with you as well.
And the FOC.
And the FOC, because
would probably say X percent we'd like to see coming in within 24 months.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I'm not the real.
I think that would be great. I'm looking at our CFO to make sure she agrees, but yes. Some sort of plan.
Just to follow up on that, so then timing wise, because for me personally, I wouldn't even know how to set a target for that. Or, be like, I can say a number because I want it to be that, but I don't know what's realistic. So is that work that could be done, brought to the board in terms of some options?
Just ideas. I'm not saying that we have to have $50 million in the bank by January 1st, 2028.
I just need some expertise, I think.
Right. And to be able to say the expectation is we can move these 3 properties relatively quickly, or these 3 properties not so quickly.
I think there's a couple ways that we can support early dialogue to just start to get to familiarize everyone with the numbers. The first thing is we have replacement cost values on all of these facilities that we're discussing, which include the potentially vacant, I don't have to say potentially anymore, the schools that will be vacant next year, and schools that have been previously vacated and or closed previously. We have those replacement values. That does not mean that's what we would get if we sell them, but the replacement values are in excess of $100 million. And so we can look at that, we can discount it. We're hiring appraisers to really help us hone in on a commercial value in a potential sale or lease transaction. And so we can start to provide some ranges. And I think what would be most helpful is if the board said, on balance, we want you to try and get to, 80% of properties end up generating money back to the district of some form. And we're getting close to market value on those, or some kind of guidelines or parameters for how much you would like for us to generate through the process. And I think that will help the public also understand the really thoughtful fiduciary that we're all putting into this, which is to protect our general fund and to protect our facilities and create that pool of funds that can help support our remaining facilities over time.
That's all I had. I know, but
Other questions and comments? I don't know, Director Reed, if you had anything you'd like to. And I believe Director Parker, I'll just say her name out loud. Oh, hi. Do you have comments or questions?
No.
Okay. I do, but I'm not going to ask that.
Well, if you did, I would be.
I will send some of the questions that I have along later, just to conserve brain space. So I think that is it for now, unless you have anything you'd like to.
I'll just emphasize that what I said at the beginning, and maybe bookend it with this point. This is the beginning of the process to get to a final budget. And so there will be plenty more time to have dialogue and conversation and for you to ask questions and for us to be sense makers for you as you head towards a decision as a board in May or June. So thank you.
Great. Thank you both very much. I appreciate it. So that brings us to the end of today's agenda. We will stand adjourned. Our next meeting is a regular board meeting scheduled on February 9th, 2023. Good evening. Have a good night, Director Parker.